Hey and hello there everyone. Welcome to another Saturday of shiny hunting because life is confusing. Anyway, how are you all doing? I hope you're all doing really well. Let's say hi to people and then we'll kind of get into things kind of quickly today, hopefully. Sorry, I went off mic there. I'm just going to make one quick noise. And then another quick noise. And then another quick noise. And then another quick noise. And then that should hopefully do it. So hi Kevin and Neo and Jelly Ducky, who won't be staying long, but that's okay. Thank you so much for saying hi. Hopefully you'll catch up on the replay. And Tenchi and Lexi and Kramen. I like Kramen and Zonda. And hang on, I saw other names. Who else do we have? We have Davon, hi. And I did say hi to Neo, right? And I think that's... Oh, and Zach, hi. And Nightbot, hi. And yeah, hi everyone. Lovely to see you all. I've got my Grookey toy in my lap because we said we were going to shiny hunt for Grookey. So let's get on and do that. Like, that's what we said we were going to do. We said we were going to go for Grookey first, and let's go for Grookey first. Those of you who follow my social media and stuff like that, or if you're like super duper subscribed to my YouTube channel, you'll know that this week I caught a dusk form shiny Lycanroc. A shiny dusk form Lycanroc. I said that in the wrong order the first time. But yeah, I got a shiny dusk form Lycanroc, which is a very awkward shiny Pokemon to get. I wasn't sure how or if I was going to get one, but I had an outbreak appear this week, and then I tried using the outbreak, and then I realized I didn't actually need the outbreak, but I cracked the code for being able to shiny hunt for them without an outbreak, and it all worked beautifully, and I got a shiny dusk form Lycanroc, so that's really awesome. Okay, so let's get into the game. Let's hunt for Grookey and everything. Miss Wannikins, hello! Lovely to see you. You're going to shiny hunt along with me. Yes, we'll have a race. No, don't make it into a competition. Don't make things into a competition that don't need to be a competition. Okay, so boop-a-doop-a-doop. So yeah, so let's get a picture of Grookey up. The thing about Grookey, regular Grookey has like green head, like yellow eye mask. Shiny Grookey has like a sort of greeny yellow head and a greeny yellow eye mask, so it's like basically it's like easier to basically with like a regular Grookey it's easier to tell apart its like general head color mixed with its with like it's easier to separate the general head color from the eye mask color, whereas with a shiny it's like there's way less of a difference. So it's sort of a weird thing to explain or look out for, but yeah, it's just but it is quite an easy one to spot. I have got one shiny Grookey, but I was like, hey, let's see if we can get one or two more. Last week we did not have very good luck shiny hunting. I'm hoping that things are different this week. Ooh, Paldean Fates is out. Cool. Let's see. But yeah, I'm sorry you didn't get much sleep, Lexi. Hopefully I am boring enough for you to fall asleep too. Okay. And if you suddenly go quiet later, mission accomplished. Okay, so let's see. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Right. So we've got to keep an eye out in case any of these things are shiny. And then, okay, this is the spot I like to hunt for Grookey in. This beach right here. It's right on the border. Hang on, that's a shiny Pikipek. That's a shiny Pikipek. I'm gonna save, but that's a shiny Pikipek. I think that's a shiny Pikipek. It's more like pink, magenta-y. Yes! Okay, shiny stream has got off to a very good start. I wanted a shiny Picky. I have shiny Trumbeak and two Cannon, but I don't have shiny Pikipek, and I was like, how am I going to get a shiny Pikipek? Apparently the answer is you just walk to the beach and you get one. No sandwich. This isn't some kind of replay where I'm going to be like, actually guys, I'm not playing right now. That was real. That was real. There's not a huge difference between Pikipek and, you know, like in this weird dark light. It's very hard to like tell the difference between a shiny Pikipek and a regular Pikipek. But good thing I spotted that. Again, like I said, you gotta keep an eye on every Pokemon you go past. That's why like shiny hunting is like kind of exhausting. Because you can really like test your peripheral vision and your knowledge of Pokemon and oh my gosh. Okay, so hold on. It's nighttime. Let's see. So hang on. So it's nighttime. So hang on. We're gonna save the game like 50 bajillion times. But then what we're also gonna do is I have a Rockruff here. I also have this Deerling. Right, we're going to save the game, because we saved the game 50 bajillion times here at Bovio Games. And then we're going to... What are we going to do? We're going to get, like, an Experience Candy XL. And then we're going to see if we... I actually don't know how Rockruff evolves. Like, is it happiness? If it's happiness, then oh, I'm screwed. It wants to learn Rock Tomb. Okay, we'll teach it Rock Tomb. Yeah, sure, whatever. It wants to learn Raw. No. It wants to learn Rock Slide. Okay, fine. We'll get rid of Rock Tomb. Oh my gosh. I want to, because I actually don't know what level it evolves at or anything. Okay, there we go. So this is one of my shiny Rockruffs that I've got. So cute. But I just thought, hey, if I need to evolve my shiny Pokemon, I may as well do it on the shiny hunting stream. Right. So there we go. Your Rockruff evolved into Lycanroc. It wants to learn Counter. No, we're good. Stop trying to learn moves, little buddy. Okay, so that's good. And then... Oh, and then we'll just use like a rare candy for the Deerling. I need to evolve this Deerling as well. This was a Deerling I caught this week randomly. I just randomly bumped into it. And, yeah. Oh, Bashara placed right under Wakia and Volt on your tier list because he's very important to you. You still need the print, you're just putting it off until you settle into a new job. No problem, no problemo at all. As you can tell, that Sawsbuck looks completely different, right guys? You can totally tell that that is a different color and everything from the regular Sawsbuck. Just so obvious. Just so obvious. So very, very different. Not a scary thought at all that you might have passed that a bajillion times and never realized. Okay. So, again, the lighting in this game does not help. But yeah, anyway. Okay. Right, so we're off to a good start. We've evolved 2 of our shinies. We've got the 3rd. Hold on, we're going to put you... right here. There we go. Well, that's the Pikipek line complete. I can wipe that off my list later. Now we will proceed to make a grass-type sandwich and run around for half an hour and not get a single thing. Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? No, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. It would be cool if I could get 2 of these because then, like, you know, then I'd have the full set. Okay, so it's a salty and a sour. I knew that, but I did just want to check. Okay, and we'll get the picture of the Grookey back up, just so I definitely know how this is going. Why do I have so many apps on my phone up? I thought I closed all these. Okay. Right, save the game 50 bajillion times, because that's what we do here, video games. And then... Why is Beau evolving a plain Sawsbuck? I know. That's the thing. The Deerling, you can tell. It's still like a hard shiny to spot just because of like small models and stuff like that. But they are quite noticeable just because Deerling do appear in packs, so you can sort of notice that like one is different. As long as you look at every pack of Deerling and you look for the little pink flower on the top instead of a yellow flower, it's very easy to spot. Like that's a very easy... Deerling is a very easy shiny to just get randomly because of how many like clusters of 5 you see in the wild, and because as long as you do look at them all, you can quite quickly see like yellow, pink, and yeah. So okay, right, we're gonna make a sandwich because we saved the game enough times there. We saved the game too many times there. Dare I say it? So let us make a sandwich. Salty and sour. We are running out of salt. And we kind of need salt for some of these shiny hunts, but oh well. It's thanks to a Picky Peck that you're able to get your own shiny Picky Peck. That's really cool, Kevin. Yeah, that's the thing. Honestly, the little clusters of 5 really do help. Not just because it's like, oh, there's 5 spawning instead of 1, but because you can like compare and tell the difference between them. So yeah. Okay, so there's our lettuce sandwich. Let us see if this works or not. You miss Bashara and Ranzo. Yeah, that's like, I did like the little dynamic of 3. I felt like there was more of like a trio dynamic between, say, Belle, Bashara, and Ranzo than between Pre, Belle, and Ranzo. Like Pre sort of felt more. This sort of felt more like Pre and Belle. Oh, there we go. Look, there's a bunch of Grookeys. Now, one thing about hunting for Grookeys. If you want Grookeys, you do not, I repeat, not get on your Koraidon and run about at full speed. You have to run about at just normal running speed like this. Because if you run around on your Koraidon, can you see how there are Blossoms spawning? If you run around at full speed like a madman, then you will just spawn in a load of Blossoms, and that's not what we want here. If you don't have a shiny Blossom, it's a perfect, like, it's fine if you want to run around a bit, but I would say that Blossom kind of, like, if you start running around or if you go too quickly, like, Blossom spawns more in packs of 5 than, like, Grookey does. And so Blossom, there's kind of like a preference towards Blossom. We are going to see a lot of Blossoms, and there is a good chance that we're just going to end up getting a shiny Blossom instead, which is fine, but it's not what we want here today at Bovio Games. So yeah, so if you're hunting for Grookey, my pro tip is to just run around like this. I know it's slower. I know not, you know, there's not like a whole load of Grookey spawning in. You can go on your Koraidon. It's fine, but just don't click in the stick and run at like full speed. But look, you can see like, oh, there's like 2 Blossom, no, 3 Blossom there, you know. I'm actually going to just, because I'm playing like on the television screen and not in handheld, I am going to just stick to running around like this, like normally, generally, or I might kind of mix it up a bit. You know, I might sort of like do a bit on Koraidon, and then I might get off Koraidon just so I can kind of like inspect them and be like, okay, you're regular, and you're regular, and then I think this one, yeah, you're regular, you know, and stuff like that. But as you can see, we are getting a lot of Grookeys by taking it slow. So, you know, important life lesson, sometimes to go fast, you gotta go slow. Or sometimes to be quick, you've got to go slow. Something like that, I don't know. It's in a Cars movie somewhere. The point is this is just going to be nice and leisurely or leisurely, depending on where you're from and how you say it. So just sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Lexi will go to sleep because of how boring this is going to be. And yeah. So I, as always with shiny hunts, I will try and check chat, but I'm not the best at checking chat and stuff. But you know, and I'll try and notice things. Hopefully, I'll notice things like super chats. I do notice, but like, you know, it might take me a bit to notice Wonga. I do have the activity feed to help for that. So I know, for example, Mickey subscribed. Thank you, Mickey. And yes. So yeah. Okay. Let's just check though. But let's see. Oh, yeah, Tenchi, yeah, you know, you can do that. You can do that. You don't need to ask for that. But, yes. If you do, if I notice it, I'll say it out loud. Okay. But, yeah, basically, if anyone needs blueberry points, like the blueberry quest points and stuff, and or if you want to get the access to the legendary Pokemon in the DLC that are only exclusive for people who have played the blueberry quests with other people, because again, in this game you can get legendary Pokemon by doing blueberry quests, but there are two different kinds of legendaries that you can unlock. There are legendaries you can unlock by doing quests solo on your own, and then there are the group quests that you can only do with other people. So if you do quests with other people, you can unlock Pokemon that you normally couldn't get on your own. And so basically Tenchi looks like they may open up a group so that they can do that, and you can benefit from it. Everybody wins. Everyone gets a load of points. Everyone gets access to some new legendaries. It's all fun and good stuff. We did a stream devoted to it a few weeks ago, yeah, I am still one. I'm like one legendary short. I actually haven't caught the legendaries at all, but like I have that. The option is there, the access is there, and maybe someday I'll go and catch them. There's just like a bit. There's less incentive for me to go get them, because now we're in a position with Pokemon where the ability to trade your Pokemon from like one generation to the next is like way less important now, because like movesets reset and stuff like that, and they've made catching all the Pokemon in each game like a way more accessible thing. So it's sort of actually like, so completing a Pokedex in a game ever since like Sword and Shield is like way more fun now, and then the movesets reset upon transferring between generations now. So there's not really any point in me. I have a bunch of Pokemon in Sword and Shield that are like really good Dynamax raid battlers, but there's no point in putting them in my Scarlet and Violet. I barely have the storage space for one. Oh, is that shiny? No, it's just lighting. Sorry, that's another theme that if you have not joined one of these streams before, I will go, is that shiny or is it just bad lighting? And the answer is usually bad lighting. But okay. But yeah, but there's just, I mean, I've sort of talked about this before, so I won't go off on one about it again, but yeah, there's just less point in trading, sort of trading your Pokemon between generations. I have like multiple of each legendary now, like I have a bunch of like each legendary in Pokemon Home, for the most part, kind of thing. Well, not a bunch of each one. There are some legendaries where I do only have like one of them in my Pokemon Home, but there are a lot of legendaries where I have like multiple of them in Pokemon Home. So I don't really need to like collect the legendaries, and I don't really have a need to have like a load of like strong legendaries. Like there's a couple of legendary Pokemon where it's like, oh, it might be good to have a strong one of them, or maybe I could use one of them in like the Terra raid dens or whatever. But see, look, there's a cluster of 5 Blossom, bad Blossom, bad Blossom. But yeah. So yeah, there's just kind of like less need to have, like, I don't really like need these legendaries. I don't need any of them for Pokemon Home. I don't need them for Terra raid battling, at least off the top of my head right now. I have enough. I do have enough like Herba Mystica to kind of keep going with my shiny hunts for a while, and I have a load of already really good raid den battling Pokemon, so I don't really need the legendaries for that either. I've already got all the good ones. So yeah, it's just like an interesting thing where I just don't really like need to go and catch like 24 legendary Pokemon. Like, and I might someday for like the novelty of it. It's like, hey, I paid for this content, but yeah, oh, Grookey follows you, which actually we were told that like a week or two ago. Someone did say, hey, like all the starters gather around you, so that's quite good to know. But yeah, so let's just check chat very quickly. Welcome back to Is It Shiny or Bad Lighting? So yes. But yes. Let's see. Okay. Right, okay. A shiny Grookey might actually show up better in this grass, because a regular Grookey is more the color of the grass, whereas a shiny one would be like more yellowish or something. So maybe looking in the grass could be the solution. But no, I think the solution is the beach. And yeah. Okay, so So what are okay? So that's all the intro about like Pokemon and shiny hunting and all this other stuff. What else is going on in the world and in the life of Beau? So no, there were two main things I wanted to talk about today. One thing that does help with our shiny hunting apparently is talking about Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I completed the main story for this week. So I will talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 3 a bunch if that's okay. But I won't get like too into like the specifics of it. I will talk about it more generally from like just a general gaming perspective, you know, like, hey guys, ever play a game where blah 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 blah? Well, Xenoblade has that kind of thing, and that can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. So that's thing number one. So like, yay for my Xenoblade peeps who know Xenoblade, but I'll make it like as not Xenoblade specific as possible so everyone can enjoy it. And then the other thing as well, I'm sure Nightbot will shill it at some point today. We had another anniversary for my book, the book that I wrote, Day-to-Day Happiness. Oh, no, I was pressing the jump button! I was pressing it ages before I did jump, but, like, it didn't work. And then when I finally... And then I was, like, pressing it. And when I finally did jump, it was too late. But my book, Day-to-Day Happiness, was turned 7 years old this week. Because I released it back in England. I released it and, like, had it published in England, and then... You know, and then ever since basically like Genshin Impact, like a bunch of people have sort of gotten the game since I developed a bit of a fan base. So I'm really proud of the book. I know like in person, IRL and all that kind of stuff, I am a real like super duper waffly person. And I do apologize for that. There's a bunch of reasons why I am that way. But which I won't get into, but the nuances and science of why Beau waffles. But what I will say is, but the book I made incredibly concise. Like, people who have read the book can tell you how just like to the point it is, and I really mean to the point. The book is like 100 pages long. The pages are small. It's basic, just like small paragraphs and sentences, and the chapters are like a page long. Like, I break it up into like really, really small topics, and they are like a page. The chapters, the little topics I go into, they are like a page long each, and that's it. Like, some of them go on to a second page, and there's like one chapter near the end that like is like 3 pages long. Talk about waffling. But is that shiny? No, dang, lighting. Sorry. I told you, like, it's gonna happen. But yeah, so I'm really proud of the book. It really is. It does just get to the point. I think I have said this before, but that's the thing. I'll talk a bit about the book today and like how it came about and stuff. I've talked about it before if you've like listened to me on interviews. I don't really know how much I've talked about it on stream though, like how I sort of wrote the book and stuff like that. So maybe I'll get into that a bit right now here today, on the weekend of its anniversary or whatever. But the book. Hang on, Davon, you asked that question before. It doesn't sort of super duper hugely make sense. Like, in any Pokemon game, what would you do if any wall was too high to climb, too hard to break through? Pokemon doesn't really have, unless you're talking about like sort of metaphorical walls, like symbolic walls, because Pokemon doesn't like literally physically have walls to climb. Like, this game is kind of the first game to really do that. I mean, well, maybe Arceus as well. But this is like the first game where it's like, oh, you can like climb up and jump over things. So I don't know if you're just kind of like talking in like, symbolism. Usually the answer, if you hit a brick wall, if we're gonna go into like metaphorical territory, if you hit a brick wall in Pokemon, usually the answer is just you go grind. Although the other answer can be you come up with a different strategy, like you notice something about the opponent's moves and Pokemon, and you realize, oh hey, if I switch out this Pokemon for this Pokemon. So like when I was a kid and I was playing Pokemon Ruby, I couldn't beat Brawly. I couldn't beat Brawly. And so I went and got a Talo from the Petalburg Woods, and then I used the Talo to beat him. And then that became a Swellow, and my Swellow was like one of my Elite Four team members. So I'm actually glad that I like lost to Brawly a bunch of times, because otherwise I never would have gotten a Swellow. And then similarly, I like lost to Watson a bunch, and then I went and got like a Graveler, and that won. The Graveler did not stay on my team though. But so if you're talking about that kind of a thing, usually, yeah, the two answers are like grinding or like a change of strategy, like add in a new teammate or something to cover a weakness and stuff like that. And then another example actually was from, I don't know how many people know I did like a special bonus finale episode to my Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl series. My dumb Genshin Impact pun. That was like a year ago today, or a year ago yesterday, or a year ago tomorrow or something, since I did that series. But in that series, I like had a whole load of tech issues when I was facing the Elite Four and the Champion, and so I wasn't really paying attention, and I made like rookie mistakes, and I ended up, the battle with Cynthia was like super interesting. Essentially, spoilers, I tied with her, but when you're facing the Elite Four, a tie counts as a loss, and so it didn't count. Again, if I wasn't like, if I hadn't been like so just like emotionally distressed and frustrated, I would have not drawn. Like I won. I would have the thing I would have, if I'd just used Earthquake instead of Dragon Claw, I would have won. But I did what I did because I was so stressed and I wasn't paying attention. And so I like redid the fight in a special extra bonus stream that I don't know if people really know I ever did an extra stream where I did then go on and beat it. But when I beat it, I did one thing differently, which was she has a Milotic with the Marvel Scale ability, and I had a Roserade on my team, Sook Roserade, and Sook Roserade I changed a move on. And I was very proud of that one move change that I made. It was a very big brain strategy. I changed one move on my Roserade to deal with the Milotic. And it worked like a charm. It worked perfectly. It was really clever. I was very proud of it. So, yeah. So, anyway, hopefully that answers whichever way you were asking that question. If it's in one of the more modern games, the answer is you literally just go higher because you can go higher now. And if you're talking more symbolically, then there you go. There's a bunch of stories and answers and stuff. Okay, so back to the book, because I want to talk about the book, if that's okay. So with the book, but yeah, so I'm very proud of it. Lots of concise chapters and stuff. Actually, let's just check chat just to see if people talked about the book. Archie, hi, lovely to see you. And let's just see if anyone else has come into chat. Okay, no, I think that's everything that I need to address. So the book. No, Grookey, no. That gives me a chance to have a sip of water. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm on the wrong. There we go. So yeah, with the book though, I'm very proud of like how concise and small it was. There was a book I read. Voice actor Rodney Salisbury wrote a book about sort of like happiness and voiceover kind of thing. It was a combination of like happiness and voiceover. And it was and it too was like a very small book broken into like small chapters. And I just really liked it. And I was like, I really like the structure of this book. And I really like how just like easy to digest it is. And I really liked that. And, hang on, those are Blossom, aren't they? Yeah. I'm going to get off Koraidon for a bit, because I feel like going on Koraidon spawns more Blossom. Even when I'm not like sprinting, I feel like I'm seeing more Blossom. How long do we have? Okay, okay, so we're over halfway through. Chat, monkey emojis, so like monkeys, green hearts, leaves, and sparkles in the chat. Like if you want to help give me some extra shiny luck, do monkeys, green hearts, sparkles, and leaves, or yeah, so like Monkey, Green Heart and Leaves, and then Sparkles. If you do it in like that kind of an order, that should do the trick. That should get us the shiny that we want. Okay, so, and I'm going to put the Grookey in my lap because I actually just had it sitting next to me. I'm actually going to have it in my lap now. Okay, so... So I really liked Rodney's book, and it's funny, when I was like at my sort of worst with like my own depression and anxiety, I did like, oh, hang on, is that, oh no, it's an Inkay. I was like, is that a shiny Blossom? But like, no, it's an Inkay. In fact, if you are hunting for Grookey, you don't need to go in like this corner. It's just a waste of time. I keep forgetting that. But yeah, here we go. When I was like at my worst in depression, when I had like finished university and I was kind of, I still felt depressed. I still had really bad depression. I didn't know what to do. I was like, I'm away from the place that gave me depression, and yet I still have depression. What do I do? I did like, there was like a charity that sort of did cognitive behavioral therapy, and you could get like 6 sessions of cognitive behavioral therapy, like for free, which is really brilliant, because I couldn't afford to like have cognitive behavioral therapy, but because this option was there, like it was really cool. I think with cognitive behavioral therapy, you do really want to have like the recommended like 12 sessions, because I do feel like my 6 was a bit short. But the thing that really did help me, and why I didn't sort of ultimately need 6, was I read a really good book. I did also like have a bit of medication as well for a bit, sertraline, just to like, it was just sort of like a little bit of something to take the edge off, and that helped too. But the biggest thing I felt helped me was a really brilliant book called Feeling Good, The New Mood Therapy by a guy called Dr. David D. Burns. It's like an old book, but it's a good book, and it's really excellent. But one day I like reread the book. I was like, I'm gonna top up on my happiness, blah blah blah, kind of thing. Like, I want to top up on this knowledge so that kind of stuff that I've kind of forgotten about becomes more conscious again. And hang on a sec. My TV like has a smudge on it or something. Oh, and it's still there. Hang on, can I get that off? I'm just gonna like wet my finger and and like wipe the screen. There we go. That's better. But when I was rereading the book, I kind of like the first time I read the book, I was like so eager for like just anything to help me that I like read it and read it and read it, and luckily it was good. But the second time, because I was kind of like, yeah, let's read this again, let's just like top things up a bit, I had like less of a motivation to read it, and I realized what like a massive book it was. Like it's a really it's like a little book in terms of its dimensions, but it's really thick, and it's got really tiny writing as well. So it's like, it's a really dense book, and it's brilliant, but it's like, I was like, man, if you were like really depressed and just feeling like unmotivated and like lethargic, this is like really hard to get through kind of thing. Like, this could be really hard for people to get through. And like, I still read it that second time, and I enjoyed it, but I definitely had like less motivation. And it's only because I'm sort of like was a more focused, positive, and determined person that I was able to like stick with it and keep reading it and enjoy it that second time. But like, I didn't, you know, but I did sort of feel weird reading it the second time, because I was like, yeah, but what about people who like, you know, I'm quite a focused and determined person, I feel like, generally. What about the people who like aren't? Again, a lot of people who are depressed are like really lethargic and stuff. And so that was one of the goals that I had when I was writing my book, that I wanted it to be, I didn't want it to like have any real like fluff to it, or to get too waffly, or take up any more of your time than it needed to. And so the book can literally be read in like an hour or two, which I know it's a bit like a thing. It's like, I paid $10 for something I can read in like an hour, and it's like, yes, but the idea is you sort of read it again and again, and you use it and you refer back to it and stuff, because it's so easy to refer back, because the chapters are so short and stuff like that. You can like refer back to bits of it. So that was kind of like one of the ideas as well, that it's like it's not just something you read and then you put on a shelf forever. It's like, no, like read it and then you go back and you're like, oh, what was that thing you said about such and such, and then it takes you like 2 seconds to read it because it's only a page long. And so that was kind of the idea behind the book, that it was like even someone with like barely any motivation, with barely any energy, could like, oh, there's a shiny Blossom. I told you we'd get a shiny Blossom. This is now my second Blossom. Oh well. So, well, Grookey, you joined me on my lap, but this wasn't quite what I had in mind, but thank you, little buddy. You brought me the luck I needed. Okay. There we go. Critical capture. Oh, Lexi, you bought your girlfriend a copy. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. So, and Nightbot's shilling the prince as well. But yes. No, it was obvious it was always obvious we were going to get Blossom instead of Grookey, just because like that's what good quality entertainment is. No, but also as well, like I said, there's just a little bit more of a like Blossom wants to spawn more in this area than Grookey, which is why, again, I apologize that we are doing this slow, that I'm not running around at 50 bajillion miles an hour, zigging and zagging, but yeah, like just, it'll just get us more Blossoms. But so that was the aim of the book, to just create something that even people who are feeling so unmotivated, so lethargic, so drained, because anyone could, like, if you like get a copy of my book and you hold it, like, it's small, and if you look at like one page, it's quite a big font size as well. It's not like, the book is small, but so is the font. Like, no. And that was kind of the problem with David D. Burns' book. It's such a good book. I highly recommend it to like everyone. But like, if you're in like a really, really bad place, like you're gonna look at a book that chunky and just be like, I can't do this. And it's like, no, you can, no, no. So, like read my book and then read David Burns's, but like, yeah, but it's just, so I wanted to make sure that like it was just so easy and like foolproof to read and to, sort of benefit from, that like kind of anyone who needs it, anyone who needs that help can get that help. And it's not a substitute for therapy. It's not a substitute for going to the doctor or anything like that. If you have problems that are that deep and that big, and that serious, then you can't just be like, well, I'll just get Beau's book instead. It's like, no, my book is for people who are, say, they need a bit of a top up, they're a bit borderline, they're like kind of depressed or something like that, or as a supplement for people who are very depressed. Like people who are very depressed, say they go on medication, it's like, right, read this book and do the stuff that I suggest in it along with like taking your medication. But it's just designed to really, really be able to help people, and yeah. So that was the aim. And then the other thing as well that I forgive me if you've like listened to me on interviews where I talk about the book and I say this, but I don't think I've ever really talked about the book on stream, funnily enough. But basically, when I did my first America trip and I met Penny, who wrote the foreword for my book, when I sort of talked to her, because I knew that she had a lot of like, she ran this Facebook group called Positive Thinkers Unite, and in fact, actually, if you see pictures of me, and I wear you'll notice I wear little wristbands, right? I have a yellow one and I have a grey one, and the grey one is my B. Brad one for Brad Venable, who passed away sort of over 3 years ago now. But so you'll notice that I wear these things in pictures a lot. Like if you ever see my left forearm, you will see the little bracelet things on it, the little wristbands, and yeah, it's like, so I wear the grey one for Brad and I wear a yellow one, and the yellow one is my Positive Thinkers Unite band. And so, so I knew that I would get along with Penny if I could just sit down with her and talk with her, And at one of the events at the voiceover convention that I went to in America, I knew it was the perfect chance for me to sit down with her and just talk about like positivity and happiness and stuff like that. And we immediately hit it off, and that was like the day we became friends. You know, she was like warm and affectionate to me like before, but we hadn't really had a chance to like sit down and talk. And I just knew like if we sit down and talk, like we'll be friends. And the first Christmas I spent here, I spent with her and her husband. It was really nice. So she's just like always really looked out for me and stuff like that, and I really appreciate it. But anyway, Buck. But when we had this sort of talk on that day, I was talking about all this stuff and the things that I had kind of learned about positivity and happiness, because at that point I had improved a bunch from my depression and anxiety, but I did still struggle occasionally. Like even during that trip, I had a couple of like quite big bouts of anxiety during it. And so, but she kind of like said to me, she like listened to me say all this stuff, and she was like, you should write a book. And I was kind of like, oh no, I can't. Cause like yesterday I was like an anxious mess. Like I can't write a book telling people like how to be happy and not, and like deal with their anxiety when I'm like still really struggling with it all myself. But I did always like keep that idea in my head. Like the seed was planted that day. And every once in a while, every 6 to 12 months or something, I would like reevaluate this notion. I'd have all these thoughts about like happiness and anxiety and stuff. And is there another one there? There is. Guys, I need to catch 2 more Grookey, okay? 2 blossom later. Oh my gosh. So, can I just point out, right? That wasn't a critical capture. Last week, right? Last week we went for Tyrogue and we got Tyrogue, right? And then we only got the one Tyrogue, but that was okay. That was fine. But we got the one Tyrogue. Actually, I should have switched here. Yeah, I should have switched. Hold on. I'm gonna take a bit of a risk here. I'll risk it with the biscuit. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Okay. So hang on. So last week, right, we got Tyrogue, and then whilst we were like hunting for like Chincho, we got Seadra, right? We got the shiny Seadra, which is really amazing. And then when we were shiny hunting for, there's like an outbreak Pokemon, wasn't there? I can't remember. Oh, it was like a Kamala. We were hunting for Kamala, and we got a shiny Shuppet, right? This week we are hunting for Grookey. We needed 2 Grookey, and we've got 2 Blossom. And it's just really, 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 really funny, because basically now we have had like several hours of like, several hours of on-stream shiny hunting where I have been after a particular Pokemon, and I have gotten shinies, but just not of the one that I'm like, right guys, we are now hunting for blah blah blah, and Kramen will like post the link like, we are currently hunting for Grookey, here's the link to see the picture, and it's like, 2 Blossoms. So and yeah, Kevin has just put the nail on the head here. Beau, maybe you should hunt for Pokemon you don't want, then the ones you do actually will show up. Yeah, I know, you're absolutely right. You absolutely right. So whoa, Miss Wannikins, shiny Smeargle. Very cool. Very cool. Well, that's 2 Blossom. Oh, and our sandwich has run out. We actually so that was we got that Blossom like right at the end of things. So I'm just gonna walk around and just check that like no other Grookey spawned or anything around the area. But I think that's it. Yeah, okay. So, right, we're not going to hunt for Grookey again. My little Grookey plush can go back on the shelf, I think. So, Grookey's back on the shelf. Let's save the game. And then let's decide what oh, no, don't picnic. We'll decide what shiny we now want, okay? So, let me go on my spreadsheet. which apparently isn't loaded. Why was that not loaded? So let's see. Oh, well, actually, what we'll do first... Oh, the game is frozen. That was not good. What I'll just do very quickly, we'll just check what are the outbreak Pokemon. So Trumbeak, we have Trumbeak. Minior, we've got Minior. Alomomola, I've actually got Alomomola. Oh, there's a Horsey outbreak. We could do the Horsey outbreak. I won't like make a sandwich for it, but we could do the Horsey outbreak. Oh, also, just pro tip, if you're playing your game right now, like on this day, Saturday, the 27th of January, connect your game to the internet. You will get this event. There's an outbreak event going on right now with Skrelp, Clauncher, you can see Clauncher there, Skrelp, Clauncher, Stunky, and Gulpin, okay? They are all spawning. And you may think, but hang on, Beau, aren't you playing Pokemon Scarlet like you're riding on Koraidon? I am. It's like, well, why is Clauncher in your game? Because it's all 4 Pokemon. I didn't realize this before the event, but it's actually all 4 Pokemon are spawning in both games. Normally, Clauncher and Gulpin are Violet exclusive Pokemon, and Stunky and Skrelp are Scarlet exclusive Pokemon. But for this event, you can catch the Pokemon that's not normally native in your game. So in addition to just having higher shiny odds, or actually no, I don't think you have higher shiny odds, but in addition to being able to like have a way to farm these things as shiny, you can actually just like get them in your game when you normally can't even get them in your game. So please make sure you do this. Like if you don't have friends to trade with and you haven't got them online, you know, if you have Violet, go get your Skrelps and your Stunkies. Just catch a bunch of them so that you have them. And if you have, if you have Violet, get your Stunky and your Skrelp. If you have Scarlet, go get your Gulpin and your Clauncher. Okay. Okay. So, but yeah. But if we look at the outbreak Pokemon here, there's like Cubchoo. I've got Cubchoo. There's Cyclizar. I have Cyclizar. There's Pawmi or Pawmo or whatever. I have that. I have all the 4 the event ones. I have Rufflet. I have Dugtrio. I have Grumpig. I have Pyroar, like male and female. We got when we got the male, that was very lucky, in fact. But yeah, so I actually have all these, and if we look at here, I've got Mimikyu in Kitakami. I've got Bonsly. I've got Poliwag. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, hang on. Hold on. Hold on a minute. There is a Sinistea. Ooh. So, Sinistea. Sinistea's an interesting one. But they might only appear during, like, the daytime or something. Oh, or nighttime. I can't remember. I feel like they might only appear during the daytime, which I know is weird. It's like, don't ghosts appear at night? And it's like, yeah, normally. Let's see what happens here. Hang on. So, okay. Wow, you found a whole outbreak of Polteageist. Sorry, I meant Polteageist, not Sinistea. I actually can't see any, though. I feel like I can hear them, though. Oh, no, well, there's one. There's like one, but you always get like one that spawns by default. Hey, a Rockruff. Yeah, no, I think they only spawn like during the day. Although now, here are more now. Oh, maybe there are just loads of other Pokemon. So here's the interesting thing. I probably should pay attention to how many of these I'm KOing. I think that's 5. We're just going to KO any other Pokemon we see. Okay, so that's like 6, 7. So here's the interesting thing. We might end up doing a very boring shiny hunt because 8, 9. See, these might not just be any Sinisteas. That's either 8 or 9. I can't remember. Is that like... let's just call this one 9. And then this one we'll call 10. These might not just be any Sinistars. Let me just see if I can sneak up on one and catch one. Oh, sorry, Polteageist. I keep saying Sinistea. I mean Polteageist. Right. Hang on. We're just going to try and catch one of these. Let me just check one thing here. Okay. Captured. If this is what I think it is, we may be shiny hunting for this instead. Oh, counterfeit. Okay. I'll catch another one, and then this can verify. Okay. Hang on a second. We'll just catch another one and see what happens here. So, Polteageist and Sinistea have two forms. They have, like, their counterfeit form, and they have their, like, antique real form, like the phony form and the real form. And these outbreaks can sometimes be... Yeah, okay, counterfeit. These outbreaks that we're having can be of, like, the perfect form, right? Like, you can get... you can get, like, a... Hang on a sec, there we go. But these are both counterfeit, so it doesn't matter. So we can release these. That's fine. But you can get outbreaks where every single one of them is like the what is normally a 1 in 100 Pokemon. So if you ever have one of those outbreaks, you really want to consider shiny hunting in it and doing like the picnic, like set up the picnic, take the picnic down, set up the picnic, take the picnic down. Because if you do that, you can like get a shiny of a Pokemon that is normally a 1 in 100 variant. And I did do that when the DLC came out. The Blueberry Academy has Sinistea and Polteageist. Sorry, Sinistea and Polteageist. As in the Galar Pokemon, and it has them. And there was an outbreak, and I was like, "Oh, is that like an outbreak for like the rare form, or just like the crummy counterfeit form?" And I had an outbreak for the rare form, and so when I really should have been playing through the DLC, I spent like a couple of hours just like resetting picnics over and over and over and over, so I could get a shiny Sinistea and a shiny Polteageist. But get, like, the shiny artisan, you know, like the artisan Sinistea and Polteageist. It was so stressful and so annoying, but, like, I did it. And so, yeah. So I have, like, I have, like, 2 shiny Sinistea and 2 shiny Polteageist. One that's, like, the counterfeit form of each, and one that is, like, the perfect form of each. And it's really funny. I have 1 shiny Polteageist, this Pokemon, and it's the perfect form, because I had a perfect outbreak. But the problem is they stopped spawning, because like they only spawned at like nighttime or whatever. So, and like my nighttime turned to daytime, and so I was only able to hunt them for like 20 minutes or something. So I got 1, but I didn't get the second one, which sucked. But yes. It's like Xandi just put a reference, and I'm 99% sure I know the reference because it's one of my favorite references. But hey, you're a phony. This guy's a big fat phony. Hey everyone, this guy's a big fat phony. Yeah. So, I'm hoping that's the reference. If that wasn't your reference, then I apologize. But I love that so much. That, like, oh my gosh. When me and my brother... Sorry, I was supposed to be talking about my book, but I'm now talking about, like, the perfect form shinies. And now I'm going to be talking about Family Guy. So I'm on, like, my C story. I'll get back to the A story in a second, I promise. But me and my brother, this was like... when like DVDs were still relevant, and I don't know, physical game stores were relevant and whatever. But like, me and my brother like went into the city. I think it was the first time I'd ever been into the city like without my parents. Like I went with my big brother, and so I was like a young teenager or something like that, and it was the first time I'd ever like been to the city, and it was just me and my brother and my big brother, and it was really, really nice, and we had a really good day. And one of the best things about that day is we went to a store, and oh man, it was the best. In a week where we have seen the downsides, the sort of many downsides, and there aren't really many upsides to just like companies buying out other companies. Why aren't you attacking it? Attack it, my friend. So I switched from Armoroof to Cerulege because, as you can see, Cerulege is like really fast, minus the lag. It's very fast, like how it runs around. It's just like zip, 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 zip. But we're in town. We like checked out a bunch of cool shops. Can't remember if we like saw a movie or something. I can't remember. But we like, we just having a really great day. And we went to a store in the UK that was called Game Station. Now, Game Station, they didn't have a whole load of outlets or a whole load of physical stores around the country, but they were, above and beyond, the best UK video game retailer. There is a UK video game retailer called Game who aren't really that great, but they're just bigger, they have more stores, they're more established or whatever. But Game Station was like the place. They had good priced games. They also had like old games. They were the place where you had like the bin of Super Nintendo cartridges that you would rummage through, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, they have like the original Star Fox game. I'm gonna get that, and you'd pay a $5 for it, and you'd only pay a $5 for Star Fox, and then you'd get home and realize the original Star Fox is a rubbish game. But the point is that Game Station was awesome. But they also had like used DVDs, and they had a used DVD of Family Guy, and it was at a time where like DVDs were maybe still kind of expensive. So like if you had like a big box set of like DVDs where it was like quite a lot of discs, like it would be kind of expensive. And there was like the complete Family Guy box set. This was before Family Guy came back on TV in like 2005 or something, whatever sort of thing. It was before like that stuff had come to DVD, and I think it was before the show had come back. It was a teeny bit before like the show came back, and so there was this like Family Guy seasons 1, 2, and 3, the complete collection, and there was like this used DVD box set, and it was like only like £30 when at the time it was like £60, which again £60 for like 3 seasons of television is actually, maybe that is about right still. But there was a time where like it dipped down from that. But like for £30 though, Family Guy is around, and me and my brother had watched Family Guy on TV a bunch kind of thing, but we hadn't seen like loads and loads and loads of it, but we'd loved it when it was on, whenever it was on TV, and we're like, oh whoa, this is like all the Family Guys, it's like only £30, and my brother was like, oh, do you want to split it? Like, should we go halvesies on this? It was like, it's like 15 each, and we'll get to watch them all. And I was like, yeah, sure. So we like bought this DVD, and it was just like the best. It was like the best thing ever. It was so cool. And yeah, so we bought these Family Guys. And then for the next couple of weeks, we like watched them together and stuff. We largely watched them together. Sometimes we did watch an episode by ourselves, and then the other one of us would watch it like on our own time or whatever. But yeah, and so I have a lot of good memories of like watching Family Guy with my brother and just watching all those episodes for like the first time and stuff like that. And that episode, the Big Fat Phony episode, I feel like that's like season 3. If it's not season 3, it's season 2, but I feel like that's season 3. I can't even remember what like the main stories to do. It's like the main episode is like about Chris or something, but but like it's such a stupid moment. It's such a stupid moment, but it's so funny. They're like, "Hey, he's a big fat phony." Like, just I love it. Like they just made us laugh so much, so much. So yeah, so that's my little Family Guy story. But yeah, but like that moment just has this really wonderful like resonance in like my heart and soul, because it just made me laugh so much. I loved it. So yeah. So okay, so that's the C thing, Family Guy. What was the B thing? I can't even remember the B thing. Shinies. Oh, it was something about shiny hunting, wasn't it? Did I really have anything to say? Oh, Sinistea. Well, no, I kind of finished talking about Sinistea, didn't I? Yeah, basically. So I actually do need another Sinistea, and Polteageist or whatever sort of thing. But the funny thing is, I actually only have like the perfect form. So really, ideally, if I really, really wanted to complete the collection, I would get one more perfect, and then I would get 2 more regular ones. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, see, look, we're back onto the A story. We're back onto the A thing. See, look, we did it. I'm gonna have a sip of water to celebrate. Wasabi, hello, lovely to see you. Expensive DVDs trigger your fight or flight response. Yeah, like I bet for anime that was because anime DVDs can like be expensive and stuff like that. Beau has more cutaways than Family Guy. No, I do. That's why, like, you know, it's just again, you can tell how it like influenced my how early Family Guy shaped my sense of humor, for sure. Oh, can I just say, sorry, like we're going to another story before I get back to talking about the book. I'm so annoyed with myself. There was a joke that I wanted to make during the final episode of the Pokemon Violet Ice type epilogue, you know, all that stuff, right? The final ever one, I had a joke, and I was going to turn it into a YouTube short, and that short was going to get watched by like 1 million people, and it would have been great, and I forgot to make the blooming joke, and now no one's going to care about the DLC or watch random YouTube shorts or whatever, and I'm not going to like get the clip, but then like dub over it with like the joke that I was supposed to make but forgot to make. But I'm so scatterbrained. I'm so annoyed though. So when I'm not sure if I think I did reference the Peter Griffin kid, but that's kind of why I'm thinking about it. Hang on. I think it's turning into daytime now. So like the Sinisters or the Poltergeists are starting to they might disappear in a minute. We'll have to see. But yeah. But there was this joke I wanted to make when Carmine first appeared, and she started doing the chicken dance, right? I really wanted to go... I really wanted to say something to the effect of, like, chat, I don't know what's going on here, and forgive me, but what the cluck? And that's the joke I wanted to make. And she's like, she's doing the chicken dance. Chat, forgive me, but what the cluck? Like, you know, and I wanted to, like, make that joke. And I'm so annoyed I didn't, because I already make the let's make like hockey players or make like Harry McIntyre and get the puck out of here, and so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do what the cluck, like what the cluck, and I forgot to do it, and like I could have been a YouTube millionaire, anyway. Love Cat Mew Mew. Hi, this is the first time on one of my streams. Lovely to have you here. Thank you so much. We are taking a bit of a detour, both in my conversation topics and in my actual shiny hunting, because there was an outbreak of Polteageist. Unfortunately, it is the counterform Polteageist, so it's not as. So I'm not gonna like use a sandwich and do the picnic method, but the Pokemon have dispersed. No. Okay, so we're now done with the Poltergeists, so we'll just see if any of these final few are shiny. I don't think there are any shinies around here though, I think, unfortunately. And I am using Ceruledge just because they're so small. I just want to double check that there's definitely no shinies here. Go on, Ceruledge, get them, buddy. But yeah, so I think that's it though for the Poltergeists now, so we can move on to those horsies. But yeah, so I just thought, like, I normally like to do one sandwich hunt and then we like check the outbreaks, and then and we realized we actually had a couple of good outbreaks today. So but then we'll get back to the sandwich hunting stuff soon, where we are a bit more likely to get a shiny. Okay, so right, let's go see if we can get a horsey. Last week we got Seadra when we weren't even trying for a Seadra. Let's see if we can get a let's see if we can get a shiny horsey though to go with it. Let's see if we can get 2 shiny horsies to go with it. So Miss Warnikins, you've become pretty fond of Drayton. That's cool. I like Drayton. He's cool. I thought I was a bit like he was a bit nasty at the end of that like little part of the story. But aside from and it kind of made you're bad lighting, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Love Cat Mew Mew. Just for context, at the very beginning of the stream, I went to hunt for Grookey. And so I went to the area that I needed to go to, like the beach. We went to the beach, and I ran into a Picky Peck, and I was like, hang on, chat. I think this Picky Peck's shiny. And it was. So we hadn't even, like, laid down a sandwich or anything. Right, go Azuma, or go. We hadn't even, like, put down a sandwich or anything, but we got a shiny. So I just wondered whether the same thing had happened with that Scraggy there, but no. But yes. But yes. Yes, oh my gosh, yeah, we're like an hour into the stream and I haven't said, please like and subscribe. Yeah, please like and subscribe. I need them. Also, I know I've said this for like all of January, but like we're getting really close to 2,500 subscribers. So, like, it'd be really, really cool to hit that milestone because we're getting so close. So it'd just be really wonderful. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, I would super duper mega appreciate it, like, so much. Oh, quick funny story. When I hunted for the shiny Duskform Lycanroc, it's a very awkward shiny hunt. Like, I won't get into all the details right here, right now. Maybe I will later. But basically, you can only shiny hunt for, like, literally 3 or 4 minutes at a time. And then you have to like reset your game and like make another sandwich, and like so instead of like having a sandwich going for half an hour, you have to make it, let it go for like 3 minutes or so, and then if you don't get it, you turn off your game and you have to make another sandwich, and so it's just like a very inconvenient hunt. But I did it like 3 or 4 times. And I did the hunt like 3 or 4 times. It only took like 3 or 4 times before I got it, even though I was doing these like 3 or 4 minute stints. And we can have like a whole half hour go without getting a shiny. I mean, look at the like we have had that. Look at last week's stream. But I was like determined, and sorry, I have no idea where I'm going with this story. But I got the Duskform Lycanroc super duper quickly. And I was like, okay, cool. Hang on, you're not shiny, eh? Anything metallic, you can never be sure. You can never be certain or uncertain. But like, so I got the Lycanroc, and that's the thing. And because you can only do it in like 3 or 4 minute bursts, it means when you do find one, you have like 25 minutes left on your sandwich. And so I was kind of like, oh, okay, well, what rock type do I need? And the only one I needed was Cranidos. So I was like, okay, cool. Let's go get Cranidos. They spawn here, and if you have a rock type sandwich, they're like the only thing that spawns. And so I hunted for Cranidos for like 25 minutes. You get loads and loads of them spawning. I did not get the dang Cranidos. So I still have like 1 more rock sandwich that I need to make at some point. Like, I mean, maybe we'll do it on stream. Maybe I could then demonstrate how I got the shiny Lycanroc that I got. But yeah, but that sucked. That was annoying. But why am I going for the Cranidos? Go for the horsies. Also, I don't know which of these horsies are like outbreak ones and which ones are just regular. So this may take a while. But okay. But yeah, so is it a shiny or is it just bad lighting? I know. I feel like that again, like Skarmory, like they've got like a greeniness to them, but it's like, yeah, but what does green look like when it's all metallic and bad lighting? Like who knows? So yes, But yeah, so those are my shiny stories. We're getting close to the 2,500. Please like and subscribe. I'm bad at this. Well, hopefully I'm bad at like the telling you guys to subscribe, not the actual like content. Hopefully these stories are enjoyable. But then again, maybe Lexi finally did go to sleep, and it's like, aha, there you go, you are boring. Okay, but anyway, Bark. Let me go back to the book, I guess. I mean, in fairness, I'd largely finished talking about the book. I was talking about Penny. Oh, that was it. I said so like the seed had kind of been planted where someone had said you should write a book, but at the time that was said to me, it wasn't the right time for me to write a book because I was still grappling with like depression and anxiety so much. Like, although it wasn't a part of like my day-to-day anymore, like anxiety and depression weren't like a part of my daily life anymore, they still were things that like recurred and could kind of plague me for like a couple of days at a time here and there. Like I just wasn't sort of strong enough yet, kind of thing. I felt like, but like the seed was planted, it was there, and yeah, every like 6 months to a year or so, every once in a while, I'd kind of be like, I'd think so much stuff about like depression and anxiety, like as in like helping with it, you know, like sort of writing up little tips and stuff like that. Like I wanted to put my own thoughts to paper, and I would like sit at my computer and I'd sort of frantically type out a bunch of stuff, but then it like wouldn't really, I'd like have all these ideas, but then like nothing would really come together, and I wouldn't know how to word it, and I'd get like, I'd be like, no, I need to move this paragraph up and this paragraph down, and then no, actually no, I should switch them back, and it just didn't like come together, you know. So I had all these ideas, I had like the drive, but just it wasn't really there, and I probably was still a bit too in the throes of like depression and anxiety weren't really far enough in the rear mirror yet still, for me to write the book. But then like years like, so this was like in like 2016 or whatever, so it's like a few years later or whatever, after that convention, after I'd done all my trips to America, and I was just trying to find my way to get here more permanently in America, and then one day, again, like another 6 months to a year had passed since I'd last tried, but again, I had all these thoughts and ideas, and just depression and anxiety were just really not a part of my life very much anymore. But all the positivity and the things that I did to stamp out negativity was still. Hang on, why are you not attacking? Is it because you're not shiny though? You're not shiny. I know you're not shiny. It's just because the waterfall's there. There we go. But I was kind of like, I sort of hit this perfect sweet spot where depression and anxiety weren't really a part of my life anymore. But but they were also kind of like, they were still close enough in the past that like I knew how to deal with them, and I still had a very conscious idea of all the things I did to fight my depression and anxiety, if that makes sense. Like, because now it's been so long, since like I was at university, and I was really in like the depths of depression and anxiety, which at a point I'll get back to in a sec, but it's like that was all like when I was like at the worst of my depression and anxiety. That just feels like a lifetime ago. I felt like a whole different person, whereas when I wrote the book, it sort of felt like it was in my recent past, sort of thing. I felt far away. I felt like I had become a master of my depression and anxiety. I felt like I had become good at counteracting it, but that it still felt like a part of my recent past. Whereas now I've like moved to America, and I have a whole different life, and I just feel like a whole, I just feel like a different person. Like every few years you feel like a different person to how you felt like years before that, and I've kind of gone through that cycle again. So like I actually read my book again yesterday to like celebrate the anniversary, and because I actually haven't read it at all since coming to America. And it was really interesting rereading it again, because I wanted to kind of remember, there were so many things that I'd kind of forgotten. I'd either forgotten them because they'd just become such like an automatic part of like who I am and just what I naturally and instinctively do, that I don't even think of the things I do as like a thing, Like, I don't know if there's ever anything you do where like, say if there's like some weird way you like open a jar or something like that, or some little trick you do when cooking, where like if someone looked at you, they'd be like, did you just blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, what was that thing you did with blah, blah, blah? And you're like, what? Like, that thing you did. Like, what thing? The thing you did. It's like, oh, right. I'm so used to doing that I don't even consider it a thing. Like, you know, like that kind of a thing. So okay, the number of horsey is definitely getting lower. Okay, that means we can get back to sandwich hunting soon. I apologize. So like, you know, so it's one of those things where, you know, there are just these things where they've become such automatic parts of my life that I just don't really think about them like consciously anymore. There are some things in there where they've kind of just become irrelevant to me. It was interesting, like, there were... Hang on, why are you not attacking? Like, attack it. I'm 99% sure that's not shiny. Yeah, thank you. I know my shiny horsey. I should get a picture of shiny horsey up for reference, but I know that it's kind of like one of those, like, you know, turquoisey, kind of bluey greens. It's sort of like a bluey green or a very greeny blue. Like, it's not... You know, if I see one that's like quite like, whereas the, you know, they're quite sort of saturated and pale when you actually get up close to them, a regular horsey. Anyway, Buck. Oh, no, don't get caught up in the waterfall. I am worried that a shiny's going to appear on the waterfall and then get like sucked down the waterfall. But oh well, we'll jump to that hurdle when we get there. Maybe that means I should go over here and spawn them over here. That would be the clever thing to do, wouldn't it? Hang on, I need to actually get in the water, don't I? Yeah, that helps. So, thank you, Kramen, for getting the... Actually, I am going to get the picture of Horsey up on my phone, just so that I actually... I can definitely tell the difference myself, so it's, like, fresh in my head. So let's just... Hang on. Horsey, where are you? Okay, there we go. But yeah, it's sort of like a greeny blue or a bluey green. You know, it's sort of somewhere between the two. You wouldn't just look at it and be like it's blue. You'd be like, it's sort of teal or something. You'd say something. You wouldn't just say blue or green. You'd be like, well, it's sort of bluey green, like one of those like teal, turquoise, you know, kind of dealies. Hang on, you look quite brightly coloured. See, the thing, when you see one that looks sort of brightly coloured from a distance, like underwater, you know, it's like, okay, well, I'll check you just to check. This Alomomola looks different for a second as well, but I could tell, like, no, it's not. So, yeah, it was just interesting reading it again, though, because it's sort of, it's just interesting noticing the things where, like, they've either become so automatic, or things where it's like, sorry, I didn't actually mean to hit an app button there. Where they become just some things where they're not really relevant to you. Like one of the pieces of advice I give in the book is, what do you do if you're like, say you're like not really looking forward to something, if there's something that you that you either have to do or that you know you would highly benefit from doing. I sort of talk about, you know, like try and like weigh up. There are like sort of three categories of things you can kind of weigh up, right? There's like, what were they? There's sort of like enjoyment, success, and I can't remember the other one. But basically, it's kind of like you do like anticipated or predicted enjoyment versus how much you actually enjoy it. So like, so before you do, so if you're like really dreading something, like, oh, I'm really dreading like my first day at this new temp job or something like that, you can be like, right, I'm gonna try and put like a percentage amount to how like awful I think it's gonna be. How good or how awful is this day gonna be? Like, I think this day is gonna be like, you know, if I had to rate this day out of 10, I'm gonna give it like a 0 out of 10. I prefer a percentage, but like I'm gonna give it like a 3%. I think today's gonna be a rubbish day. I'm gonna give it 3%. And then after you do the day, you come home and you go, okay, how much did I actually enjoy that? It's like, was it like the most fun, amazing day of work ever? No. But like, was it horrendously awful? No. Like the person, my supervisor person was quite nice, and I felt like I learned how the job works quite quickly and stuff like that. It was probably like a 57%. And it's like, there you go. Something that you thought would be like a 3% ended up being 57, 3% good ended up being 57% good. I can't remember the 3 things now. If anyone has a copy of the book on hand, it's like nearer the end. But there were like 3 things. There's like, you can do like enjoyment. So it's like how much you think you're going to enjoy something, or like how happy you're going to be about something. There's like success, like how good you think it is going to, like how well you think you're going to do at something. Like, oh, I'm not going to be very good at this thing. Like, I'm not going to succeed very much. So there's like predicted success versus actual success. And then I can't remember the other thing. Maybe it was like accomplishment. Maybe it was like fun. No, accomplishment's the same as success. I can't remember. But yeah. Yeah, it's like a dark teal. That's what I mean. Like, it's hard to describe, right? Like, it's sort of, it's one of those like bluey greeny colors. But yeah. It's like right near the end. It's like if you just go to the end and then work backwards, it's near the end, because I have like a table. There's like a bunch of tables sort of thing, so you can see very easily. You can see very easily like what chapter it is, because like there will be like physical tables, like in and around the area. I can check my own copy in a sec because I've got it like right here. But yeah. But it was interesting because like that's not really a thing I do anymore. I don't really like look at events and be like, oh, I'm dreading this. And it's like, oh, but I should evaluate how sort of silly I'm being, like how I'm bigging it up in my head. Because I don't really big up things and like, oh, this is going to go terribly, this is going to be the worst thing ever, or oh, I'm going to absolutely suck at this thing. And like I don't have that much of like a sort of a disjoint anymore between like my predictions for how stuff is going to go versus like how it actually goes. That's just not really a thing anymore. But yeah, there are like 3 different examples I used. There's like predicted success versus predicted enjoyment. No, sorry, predicted enjoyment versus actual enjoyment. Predicted success versus actual success. And then I can't remember what the third one was. But there are 3, but that's a thing you can do. Like if you're ever like dreading something, if you ever think something's not going to go well, if you ever think you're not going to do a good job at something. Was it just success? But oh, fun. It was fun. Okay. I think I did say enjoyment a bunch of times, but yeah. And then enjoyment. So you might look at something and think, oh, I'm not going to enjoy that. But then actually, once you do it, you're like, actually, that was actually more enjoyable than I thought. Like if you like don't want to like clean your house or something, you might be like, oh, this is going to be like the most boring thing ever. Like this is just not going to. But then actually, maybe if you like just put on a nice podcast or something, and you break up your cleaning into like various smaller chunks, you're like, actually, that was all right. I quite enjoyed that. So, but like, because we kind of we can sort of build up events. Okay, the Pokemon outbreak has dispersed. Okay, so we can actually now move on to a shiny hunt, like an actual sandwich shiny hunt. Cool, yay. So let's look at my spreadsheet and let's see what shiny. Oh yeah, I think basically we said this week would probably just end up being revenge for last week, didn't we? Although I don't feel very confident about that. So I could. Well, what do we go? Hang on, right, I'm gonna get rid of Picky Peck because I don't need Picky Peck anymore. I don't need Picky Peck. Okay. Let's. Ooh, what do we do? Like we tried for. What did we try for last week? I'm just trying to think. Like, because we tried for Cottony, didn't we? And we didn't get Cottony. So should we try for Cottony? Sorry, I keep having a mouth noise every time I say Cottony. So we could try for Cottony again. We tried for Chincho and Blitzle, and we didn't. Should we try for Chincho because we're right here in the Chincho area? Should we try for Chincho because we're right here in the Chincho spot? Although, where was the Chincho spot? Was it here? Or was it like a bit more... Hang on, I'm just going to follow this water for a bit. Where was the Chincho spot? Was it all this water? I think it was like all this water that I'm kind of hovering over. For a second, I saw Kevin's message there where it said go for Chincho. And I thought it said Chinchino, and I was like, no, 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 guys, I was about to, I sort of just like the Chincho, like the sort of misspelled Chincho, and I thought it was like Chinchino, and I was kind of like, I was like, no, 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 guys, hold on, I have a list, I'm gonna work through my own list, this isn't like taking, like, if you know, sometimes I might give you guys a choice, like, oh, which one of these should we go for, but like, I have a list, and it's like, oh, wait, hang on, it's just, he means, like, it's Chincho, I misinterpreted that, sorry. Theo, hello, lovely to see you, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hold your horses, everyone, no shinies here, dang it. So, oh, hang on, but hang on, what is the book command? Hold on a sec. I normally have a piece of paper, but hang on. Yeah, sorry, I should have done the book, shouldn't I? There you go. That is your cue for the book. It's happiness, not book. I know I should have put book as well, or I should have it as both. But yeah, so oh well. Satella, hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good birthday last week. But yes, success. But thank you, Neo, for finding that. Yeah, success, perfection, and fun. Those are the three categories. I tell you what, I'm very quickly gonna just eat a cookie. Because I made cookies. I need to post the pictures on social media because that's what people do these days. But yeah, I made cookies. They're milk chocolate chip and white chocolate chip. They're very good. Okay. So let's oh, the only problem with Chincho, it's not too big a deal, but it's because I am starting to run out of the salt Harbor Mystica. Well, actually, no, that doesn't matter. In fact, no, that doesn't matter at all. Ignore what I've just said. Now, where did I put the controller? There we go. Okay. Beau eats a cookie. Suddenly thousands of shiny spawn in the game. Kevin jokes. I know, right? So, okay. Yeah, I need to hydrate. Thank you, Neo. Good reminder. Oh, because I have not had enough to drink today. Okay. Right, make a sandwich. Right. So, I think last time we tried one of the special non-burger sandwiches, and that crud didn't work. Well, it did get us the Seedra, but it didn't work. Fundamentally, it didn't work. So we're gonna go with the sour yellow pepper sandwich, and we're gonna see how this goes. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the burger sandwiches. Burger. Can we do 3? Oh. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. 3, 2, 1. We're going to ignore the top. And then we're going to put the stick through the burger. Okay, excellent. Right, let's get the picture of Chincho up on my phone. And Kramen, being Kramen, will probably very kindly put up a link to show you what a shiny Chincho looks like. If you are interested, but that is no pressure at all, Kramen. That's not me telling you what to do. But just, I know you. I know what you're going to do. Theo, I know a burger sound. I am actually going to have a burger after this. There's like a leftover one that my roommate's on a trip this weekend, and they had like a burger that they sort of made like an extra burger, and there's like one in the fridge, and like it's my dinner today kind of thing. So don't worry, it is like agreed upon. I'm not just like, oh, I'm just having that. She was like, you can have stuff that's like in the fridge that I didn't get to eat before I left. It's like, okay, cool, thank you. And there's like a burger in there, so it's like, okay, I'm having a leftover burger. Nice. Okay, so we've got Chincho. Lantern is the bane of my existence, because we need Chincho, specifically. In fact, actually, hang on. Hold on 1 minute. Hold the Nelly. Hold the Nelly. I am very quickly just going to... Okay, apparently appears in all the water. Wunderbar. Okay. Right, back to the shiny picture. Okay. So, apparently it's in all the water. But we found last time that there were places where, like, it did not spawn. I mean, look, right here it's not spawning. Right? It's not spawning anywhere near this waterfall. So this is not a Chincho-friendly area. I can't remember the spot we went to last week where it was, like, spawning quite a lot. Because it's like, there's Chincho and Horsey. There's, like, a Loma Molas. There's a Chincho. We're the Chincho here and a Chincho there. Here a Chincho, there a Chincho, everywhere a Chincho, Chincho. Okay. So. Okay. Come on. So, and then, like, a bunch of Loma Mola. It's like, we don't want a Loma Mola. We want the Chinchos. Right, fly, my friend. Can you go higher and faster than that, though, please? Oh, my gosh. Hang on. Ooh, that was scary. Okay. I think, like, the spot was, like, some of this more northernly water. Like, where this Loma Mola is probably the area where we want to go. Oh, actually, this spot of water could be good as well. Huh. Hang on a minute. I'm getting all turned around. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record player. Like a Twinkie. Like a Twinkie. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Right. Chincho. Loma Mola. Loma Mola. Chincho. You just need to find the best spot for Chincho specifically. Because in theory, in-game theory, like, once we find a spot where Chincho spawns, it really should be the only thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we've got an electric-type sandwich, once we find a spot where Chincho spawns, and this seems to be, minus the Loma Molas, this seems to be a good spot for Chincho. It's nice and wide and open, and they seem to be, like, the only Pokemon actually appearing here. Oh, well, there's a bunch of Magnemites over there, which sucks. Hang on, let's zoom in so we can actually look at these Chinchos. There's a couple of Horsies. But yeah, Chincho is, like, it's a bit more annoying. Its blue is, like, a sort of more typical blue, and then the shiny kind of has, like, a... It's like a more colorful, lighter, brighter blue. And then the little lights are sort of more of like a slightly luminescent, like a yellowy, a greeny yellow instead of just a yellowy yellow. But hopefully this works out. Right, we'll still look for the Seadras and the Horsies after last week, but let's see if we can get ourselves a Chincho. The problem is I already have Lantern. If I didn't already have Lantern, I would be more excited about getting a Lantern, whereas if I get a Lantern, that would just be a massive slap in the face. One of the rules of shiny hunting, just for any prospective or fellow shiny hunters out there that you find, you generally want first form Pokemon rather than evolutions, Because the thing about first form Pokemon is you can always evolve it up into the thing that you need. You know, like if I get 2 Chinchos, I can evolve one into a Lantern, and then I have the full set. But if I get 2 Lanterns, I have 2 Lanterns. That's it. I don't have anything else. And that's kind of the problem. Yeah, not great. So it's just every time I see a Lantern, I'm like, no. But yeah. But we'll see how it goes. It might not all be doom and gloom. I'm not going to be pessimistic. We could just get another shiny Seadra. And see, that would be okay. It would be okay to get a second shiny Seadra, because although I already have a shiny Seadra, I don't have a shiny Kingdra. So that's why... Oh, for the love of Nelly. But again, it's better to have 3 Horsies, because you can evolve one into a Seadra, and then the second into a Seadra, and then a Kingdra. So, whereas if you get the fully evolved form... Fully evolved forms only help in certain scenarios. Fully evolved forms only help if, say if there's a Pokemon where, like, the first stage evolution is quite hard to obtain, but then the evolved form is easier to obtain. An example of this, actually, I haven't done this shiny hunt yet, but I need to get a shiny Floette with the white flower. I need to get, like, the white flower Floette. They had an event for shiny Flabébé a few weeks ago, or, like, just before Christmas or something. I got all the different colors, but the white one spawned way less than the other ones, right? So when I got, like, a white Flabébé outbreak, it was, like, a big deal. And I worked really hard to, like, get one shiny Flabébé. But I didn't, like, work hard to get more than one shiny Flabébé, because actually, Floette, you can get to spawn really easily in Area 0. And in fact, if we do the Cottony sandwich after this, if we, say, get a pair of them, and then it's like, oh, what fairy type do we now get? Like, we've still got time left on this sandwich. We'll try and get a white flower Floette, okay? That is my promise to you. But you might have to remind me, because I also might forget. But yeah, so that is my rant about starters and, like, first form shinies over second form shinies. Because now that I've got the shiny Lantern, the pressure is, like, really, really on to specifically get Chincho. Whereas before, it was like, oh, cool, there are Chinchos and Lanterns. Whereas now, it's like, Lantern, no, go away, Lantern. No, please, just the Chinchos, just the Chinchos. Like, you know, and so it's just very stressful looking at all these and being like, which one's the real one? You know, which one's good, which one's not so good. So yeah. Why are there so many oversized? Loved it. Oh, there are Alomomolas. So, but yeah, and there's a good chance actually that I could just be passing shiny Alomomolas, but oh well, that's a whole other issue. Okay, but look, there's like Lanterns. Get her out of here, Lantern. Oh, so, but anyway, back to the book, I guess, now that I'm done talking about shinies, unless there was something else that I was talking about between talking about the book, but then talking about shinies. But no, but it was really interesting. I talked about I had this seed planted, and I'd reached this sweet spot where I was, like, still kind of close, and, like, depression was kind of still close enough in the rear view mirror where I could remember everything. And I kind of was, like, still quite consciously doing, like, anti-depression and anti-anxiety things. Like, because now, like, anti-depression and anxiety sort of stuff that I do, it's just kind of how I live my life. It's kind of just who I am. So I just don't really, like, when scary things happen, I just don't really get too caught up or distressed about them or anything. Because I have all these techniques and things that they're just kind of who I am now. They're not, it's not just like it's not just like a list of stuff that I have mentally that I sort of think, right, what do I do to stop this? Okay, I'll think about it this way. It's like, no, that's just how I think now. I don't have to like look it up or think back to it or refer back to it or anything like that. It's just all the stuff I do every day. It's just kind of how I live my life. But yeah, I was in this sweet spot where I could still remember stuff and I would still do stuff more like sort of consciously. And so there was this sort of one day where I like, you know, like I said before, I would like sit down at the computer and I'd try and write stuff. But this time it actually did all start coming together. Whereas before I'd kind of write a bunch of stuff and I wouldn't know whether I wanted it as like a blog or a book or a web page or how to structure it or make it long or make it short or whatever. I just started writing it all really short and condensed, and I knew how to structure it and I knew how to order it, and like the book just kind of came out of me. I know that's really frustrating to any writers out there being like, how did you write your book? And it's sort of like, I just did. But it was after like a bunch of years of kind of like maybe sort of writing books, but just nothing really coming together. But it was all just kind of there. It was like the perfect time. Like I had all the info inside of me. I had all the drive. I kind of knew what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. And so I just over the next few weeks just sort of sat and wrote it. And then after a few weeks, and you know, I sort of went back and revised it a couple of times or whatever, you know, and like just like changed chapters around so that everything was kind of like in a decent order. But after a few weeks I had a book. And then I was like, well, I'm going to self-publish this. And then I self-published it. I sort of learned how to do the Amazon self-publishing. And then like 2 or 3 weeks after I had self-published it, a friend of mine was like, oh, my girlfriend works for a publisher's. Like, I'll see if I can get you an in. And I was like, this is amazing. This is wonderful. This is brilliant. But couldn't you have done this before I did the self-publishing? And so, yeah, so that was funny. And then I did get that foot in the door, and then the kind of rest kind of all happened from there, really. And I took it off the self-publishing listings and stuff after I'd like signed a contract and everything. And then I had a book, like a real physical, you know, published by a publisher book, and it was just like this weird and wonderful experience. But that's the thing, I couldn't like sit and write the book now, because it's like I got it out of me, you know, like it was like this stuff is still like conscious in my head. It's still like a conscious part of my lifestyle kind of thing. Like it's a I'm trying to think of a better way to explain it than just saying conscious, but it's just, I don't know, if you ever have any kind of like bad habit or something, or that you're trying to drop, or a good habit that you're trying to pick up, you know, when you first do it, you really devote a lot of like mental energy into like consciously doing it. Like, right, I am going to do this way. I am going to live my life this way. But eventually, it's just what you do, and you don't think of it as like, right, I'm going to do this way. It's just how you then do it. It's, you know, you change how you do things. You change how you live your life. And so that kind of happened with me. Oh, that's a waterfall. We do not want to go down the waterfall. How long do we have left on this sandwich? Okay, we've been talking for 13 minutes. Chat. Fish, thunderbolts, and sparkles. Please, if that's okay. There is also like a light blue heart. You could do the light blue heart, but don't do a dark blue heart. If you do dark blue heart, that gets us lantern. I mean, lantern's kind of purpley, but it's, you know... But so you gotta do the right heart. It's gotta be the light blue heart, not the dark blue. But I would advise just fish, thunderbolts, and sparkles personally. You're not shiny, are you? You're just like dark colored, right? Yeah. You're just darkly lit. But yeah. So, but that's kind of the story of how the book came about. And I'm so glad I wrote it, and I'm so glad that you guys have enjoyed it and benefited from it, and I hope you keep recommending it to people and everything. And, you know, my hope is, I would love for it to be in, like, I don't know, like every school library and stuff like that. That's kind of like a little hope I have, because I kind of, because I was sort of younger when I wrote it and stuff, you know, I do have a lot of examples for, like, young people. Like, I talk a bunch about, like, taking exams and stuff like that. So I mean, I use examples for like older people too, but I use a lot of like young examples or things that older people would be able to think back to and relate to and be like, yeah, tests were annoying, haha, you know. But yeah, what has been your favorite shiny hunt so far? I am Mr. Gold asks. Well, welcome. I am Mr. Gold. That is a good question. And that's a really good question because of like some of the multi-layeredness of it. Because there are shiny hunts that I've done on stream, and then there are ones I've done off stream. And then, you know, obviously say like 2 weeks ago was like one of my favorite shiny hunting sort of streams just in general, because we got like the 9 shinies in, you know, we got like the 9 shinies in one stream in like 3 hours, which was just absolutely insane. The first shiny hunting stream I did was really cool. All the shinies I got bar one were from sheer dumb luck. They did not match my sandwiches, but I didn't know how sandwiches worked, so I didn't know that at the time. But that was special because it was like celebrating, like, I don't know, like 1 month of streaming or something like that. So that was like quite a special one and quite fun. And then what else do we have? And then, like, you know, in terms of, the other day I got the shiny Dusk Lycanroc, which I talked about, and I'm very proud of that just because that's like an awkward shiny to get. I'm very proud of the fact that I've got the shiny perfect like antique Sinistea and Polteageist. Like, I'm very proud of having those. Like, that was really cool to get those. They weren't fun. Like the Sinistea and the Polteageist ones, they weren't fun. They weren't enjoyable. But I'm like proud of them. One of the most fun shiny hunts. I highly recommend doing this one, by the way. And you can do this without a shiny hunting sandwich. Like, you could just make a set. No lighting. I was like, no lighting. You could like do this without. You wouldn't have as much luck if you don't have the shiny charm and if your sandwich isn't a shiny sandwich. But you could still do this because of like just how fun it is. One of the most fun shiny hunts you can do is if you go on the route between Artisan and Levincia. So that's like the second and the third gym. Okay, so like the artistic town with Brassius, and then the sort of city with why have I forgotten the influencer girl's name? I've forgotten her name. Oh no. Hiya, hello, bonjour. Oh, like her. Whatever she is called. Iono. Iono. Okay, that's why I forgot her name, because it's like not the most traditional name. Lots of Chincho here. This is good. Unfortunately, none of them shiny, but and one lantern. But if you go on the like the pathway that connects those two cities or towns or whatever, and you make a dragon type sandwich, okay? You make a dragon type sandwich, particularly like a shiny dragon sandwich, which is like avocado. But if you make like a dragon encounter sandwich, hunting for Cyclizar is so much fun. Because they just constantly run around, and you get like 15 of them on screen, just like all running around, right? And you have to really keep your eyes out, because at any moment, and they run in like all different directions as well, and you have to really keep your eyes on the screen, because like at any moment, I'm just hoping saying any moment makes a Chincho appear. At any moment, no. Any moment, the shiny is easy to spot. You won't like confuse the color. Like, if you see a shiny one and a not shiny one, you're not gonna be like, oh, is that shiny? Like, you'll know if you see it, kind of thing. It's just whether you see it, just because of how fast and frantic everything is. But if you see, just that different colored Cyclizar, and it will just be like darting in any random direction, and you have to react very quickly. My recommendation is to just run at a normal pace on your Koraidon, and then if you see one, like, click the stick in and then just like zoom off after it like that. Actually, should I be zooming? Should I be zooming here? Is zooming more efficient for this? It's a bit harder to see. No, I don't feel like mini Chinchou are spawning in. I think I need to go slower to get more to spawn in. But like Cyclozar will just like run off everywhere, and it's just it was a really fun one. It's just really fun seeing them all like just dash about, and then just like, okay, you're green, 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 cream, and then you just like dart off and chase it. It's so much fun. So that was one of my favorite shiny hunts. So that was a really great question. I am Mr. Gold. I really liked that. Don't you mean the artist town with Hubert? Yes, he's the gym leader who is very concerned with those who slither in the dark. Yes, that guy. So yeah. But yes, Salazzle. I did do Salazzle. They are a pain. Well, they don't sort of. If you're just running on that route and you're on your, if you're like on the path and you're on your Koraidon, they don't really like go for you that much. It's a bit frantic and hectic. Like you might have to do a bit of weaving, but they don't like go for you very much. Like if you're like shiny hunting for like a Veluza, for example, Veluza's quite an annoying shiny hunt because like they are like they've got like the aggro programming, and so they like go after you, and you're like, no, I'm just trying to, and like and maneuvering in the water is like way more difficult. So a Pokemon like Veluza is very annoying just because it's like no, get away, kind of thing. But with like Cyclozar, when you're like spawning in like 15 of them at a time, they kind of leave you alone, and so you kind of just lighting. But then look, see, then this one looks like that one looked quite light blue, like almost like a turquoisey color, but then that one's like regularly colored. The lighting in this game, man. So Cyclozar, if we're talking about this game, Cyclozar, definitely one of the most fun, I would say. Pokemon Go Community Days can be fun with friends. That's like a good shiny hunt. If you play them with friends and stuff like that. And yeah, that was just like a really good one, a really fun one. So I mean, anything where like a whole load of Pokemon all spawn at once and you just kind of like run around and can look at them and can easily see when a shiny appears, like those are all just like by default kind of the best ones in my opinion, because like they are just the most fun when you don't have to like strain your eyes. You can just run around like this and be like, nope, kind of thing. But all these Pokemon I'm looking at right now, you can't really do that with. Like a Lomomola isn't. It is like fairly different, but you have to kind of be vigilant. But Cyclozar was just like a lot of fun. Salazzle was interesting. The route I found for it, I mean, as we proved, is a very effective one. But it is a bit annoying though. It is a bit tedious. And I know some of you will say, well, yeah, it's tedious if you don't have like luck like you did. But like I had tried that one a bunch of times before and not had success. So again, although what happened was lucky, and I do acknowledge that it was lucky, it wasn't like the luckiest thing ever, because I had done that shiny hunt like 3 or 4 times before, so, and like not had luck. So yeah, so great question. Thank you for it. Volt and Veluza. One time you just casually swinging Casserole and a shiny Veluza attacked before you could save. That's what I mean, yeah, like they're so aggro. Even the shinies just like go for you. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, so I was gonna say more about the book. But I'm really proud of how it's turned out, and I'm really thankful for all you guys. I know last week I did talk, I was sort of quite open and real with you guys. I actually did recently, like, sort of, probably, I don't know, so probably almost about 2 weeks ago, had, like, a bout of, this is one thing I actually don't write in the book. If I ever did do some, I don't have any desire to do, like, a second edition of the book, or like, another book or anything. I don't have, I don't have it in me. Like, I feel like I got everything out there in the book. But the one thing that I kind of wish I could maybe fit in somewhere in the book is I do have my 6 minutes left. Good golly gosh. Chat, spam your electric fish sparkles. So one thing I didn't really put in the book, and it is something that I kind of believe in and strongly, but I mean, in some ways I'm glad I didn't put this in the book just because, like, I'm not a therapist or a psychiatrist or anything like that. This is just something that's kind of more like my opinion. It'd be like the most opinion-y thing I put in the book, I would say. But I have this real distinction between sort of depressed and depression, and then also anxious and anxiety. And what I mean by that is, I think most people, like 90% of the population, 90+% of the population or something, like some very, very high number of people have, you know, instances where they get a bit depressed. They get in a bit of a negative state. They get in quite a low self-esteem state, where they don't sort of feel good, like maybe something's happened which has made them feel a bit defeated or whatever, or feel a bit scared or concerned, like losing your job or something like that, where, like, yeah, you get in a sort of kind of like a bit of like a depressed state. You know, there's a lot of parallels between like a full-on depression and like how you're feeling, but you're not. Oh, there we go, shiny. It's subtle. No. I said okay. My menu keeps closing every time I open it, so I actually literally can't save my game. Like, when I sent my Azumarill out there, it's because I pressed the R button to save, but every time I open the menu, it just instantly closed the menu. I don't know what was going on. So hopefully we catch this in a critical hit. Capture. Yes! Okay. Thank you for the emojis, chat. It worked. So let's go get ourselves a Blitzle. We got 5 minutes left. Let's go get a Blitzle, shall we? Why did my menu not work, though? I need to look into that. Hang on. Okay, that looks different enough, but like, oh, that's not that different. Right, hang on. Let's just see if menu, save. Maybe it's because I was in the water or something. That's very weird. Nay ain't okay. Lovely to see you. Well, thank you for bringing me some luck. Nay ain't okay. Okay, so let's go get Mr. Irvin Blitzle. If you understand that reference, kudos. And if you do understand it, like, let me know in the comments. Yeah, the purple on the evolution's better. I wish it was more purple, though. I wish it, you know, like, I wish it went harder and lent... That's one of my things with the shinies. I just wish they lent into the differences in color a bit more. Because it's just like annoying when it's like more subtle, you know. I wish Lantern was just like purpley purple, you know, like just give me my purpley purple boy. Right, hang on. So we've got the electric sandwich, and then hang on, how long we got left? 3 minutes. Oh gosh. Where are you, Blitzle? Do I need to go more over here? Okay, actually, maybe it was more down here, now that I think about it. Mr. Irvin Blitzle. There we go. Okay, Blitzle. Blitzle, it's a name you should know. Blitzle, who's the star of the show? If you understand that reference, kudos. Okay, hang on, let me just get up Blitzle on my phone. Oh, hey, I can get rid of Chincho from my list, now that I have the full set. I can get rid of Picky Peck from that. Oh, this is very exciting. Hang on, chat. I have like tabs open in my phone. I have like a 28 tab super tab of like all the Pokemon I don't have. You know, sort of thing that I need to look out for, and it's like, oh, I can get rid of that now, and I can get rid of that now. It's very exciting. Okay. Okay. Ooh, very exciting. Ooh. Xander got that the second reference. Let's see. Okay. How has the shiny hunting been going so far? It's honestly been like kind of mixed. Oh, and Wasabi was the first to comment about the Kirby anime. Love Cat Mew Mew, gonna make a grilled cheese. Ooh, sounds good. Let me know what kind of cheeses you like using. But yes. Oh, you can get a free shiny Blitzle from battling the director of BB Academy. Oh, I'll keep that in mind if I get one and only one here. Because I do want to fight all the coaches and stuff at some point. Hang on, I need to actually... So, I got my phone out so that I could look up Blitzle. And Blitzle's a bit more subtle. Zebstrika's the easier one of the two. But it's the... it's sort of the body and... Oh, the eyes are green instead of blue. That's something to keep in mind. But... yeah, they're like blue instead of black, but it's just not the most... It's just not the biggest difference. Okay. You two are the same, right? Yeah, you're the same. Oh, gosh. But yeah, Mr. Irvin Blitzle. Think that's what goes in my head every single time. But if you understand the reference, kudos. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for zebras and zebras, lightning bolts, or like lightning, thunder, electric, and sparkles, please. Yeah, zebra, thunderbolt, sparkles. Zebra, thunderbolt, sparkles. Zebra, thunderbolt, sparkles. Zebra, thunderbolt, sparkles. And I will just get my Meowscarada out because, hey, you never know. Plus, this one looked a little bit different. Except now that I'm up close, it doesn't look different at all. Okay. But yeah, oh, I love sandwich shiny hunting. It's just like, it's fun just getting like loads of one Pokemon spawning and then being like, nope, nope. Nope, nope, there it is! I love it. I do. It's really good. And I'm glad you guys enjoy it too. No, you're not shiny. No. Meowscarada, get back here. Oh, no, don't run into ones that you can't see because of the camera angle. Yeah, because that's the thing. I probably have enough points to bring all the coaches, but I just need to actually, like... invite them, battle them. Like, in fact, how many blueberry points do I have? Oh, I've got 30 seconds left. Maybe I should check that after the 30 seconds are up. Okay, we'll check that in a sec for you. Okay. You know, I think I do remember seeing something about a shiny now, but oh well. But thank you for that reminder. Because I think I'd kind of seen that, but didn't really know about it, and that's good to know. That's very good to know, in fact. I mean, I think Shiny Blitzle will be, like, easy enough to get, realistically. Like, I think if I had a whole half an hour of this... Because I've always done Blitzle as, like, an afterthought after some other electric Pokemon. Whereas now, like, Blitzle's, like, the only electric type that I actually need. But my game had frozen there. Sorry, that was the game, not the stream. I think that's all of them, because I'm seeing non-electric types now. Oh, no, don't run into the... Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, okay, that is another sandwich hunt done. Let's save our game, because we like to save our game 50 bajillion times here at Beau Video Games. We said we were going to do Cottony, so let's go do Cottony. We said that's what we were going to do. Let's just go do it. No fuss, no muss, no faffing. No faffing or silliness here at Beau Video Games. We're just going to get right into it. Okay. Let's see. That's the thing. I will just say, Kevin, like, do be careful with that kind of joke because people could misinterpret that. I look at that joke and think you might actually be possibly, ever so slightly, referring to Madagascar 2, Escape to Africa. But a lot of people are not going to pick up on like those kinds of references. If there is any part of you that is partly inspired by that movie and making that joke, then like that you know, it's a good reference, but not a whole load of people are necessarily gonna know that reference. Okay, silly Beau Video Game, silly. Do I need to clean up? Yes. Do I style a wig now? Yes. you can style with your right hand and you can clean with your left hand. It's the perfect solution. Nay, it's okay. Kind of random, but man, I wish we'd gotten more game with animated pixel art like Gen 5 before we moved on to 3D. I know it is a bit of a weird thing, right? It's a bit of a funny thing that I think there is this part of me that wonders if Pokemon had realized that like a decade after X and Y, that there was going to be this whole kind of like subcategory of games and stuff where like pixel is like an aesthetic choice, and that there are going to be games like on home consoles, but where they have like pixels. And like new games, not just old ones remade. Because back in like 2010 and stuff like that, well, 2013 I suppose was when X and Y came out, but in that sort of like early 2010s era, we still kind of had this slight mindset of like pixels are old and 3D models are new kind of thing, and like that's the way that these things go. Even a game like, say, New Super Mario Bros, where it was like, we're going back to like the 2D model, the 2D playstyle, it still used 3D graphics, and it was only a few years old at that point. So even then, even though it went to like the old playstyle, it still used the new graphics. And you do wonder if they had known that, like, you know, that like they didn't necessarily need to update sprites, would they have ever updated sprites? Would they have just kind of advanced the sprites the way that like Gen 5 advanced them? It's an interesting thing. I'm glad we do have 3D Pokemon, but I hope it is kind of like the future. But if there was ever some way of like having sprites again or something, I also wouldn't complain about that either. I need to check what makes a fairy sandwich, because in my head I think it's tomatoes, but it might not be. It is tomatoes. Okay, so we're going to make a very tomato-y sandwich. Now, I personally don't really like raw tomato that much. I kind of can have it now, like, in a burger and stuff like that. Like, if there's like a really nicely assembled burger, and there's like a thin enough slice of tomato in there, I'll just eat it, and then once it kind of starts to slide out, I'll slide it out or whatever. But and I can maybe have like chopped up raw tomato in certain things, like you know, salady type things maybe or whatever. But generally I don't really like raw tomato, and so I would not like this sandwich. I would not like this sandwich. This would be like too much for me. This is too much tomato in my. This is too much tomato in my, you know, if I had a sandwich with a bit of tomato in it, maybe I can tolerate it, but a tomato sandwich this tomato-y, like, nah, bruv, nah. Oh, I was gonna say one other thing, but it's sort of becoming a bit redundant at this point. Hang on, I'm just gonna, oop, okay, nice, and then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna go on the burger. We're gonna go 1, 2. No. Okay, I'm just gonna put this here because I don't trust that burger. Quick, put the pin in. Cliffo, hi, lovely to see you. Welcome. So, oh my gosh. I mean, hey, if you like your tomatoes, then this is like the perfect sandwich. Like, would you like some, would you like some sandwich with your tomato? But yeah, no, but that sandwich would be a nightmare for me. I could not. No. Tomatoes are just like too juicy and wet and weird. Blah, blah, blah. Salad with a side of beef. Oy, I know. Right, sparkling power, title power, and counter power. Okay, good. So we have the sandwich. We've made the sandwich correctly. We've got all the desired outcomes. And then, yes. Right, so hang on. So cottony. Cottony, 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 it's a name you should know. Why am I doing the same reference? I do not know. Okay, right, let's get Ceruledge in on this, though, because Ceruledge can, well, catch one Grass-type Pokemon. Well, that is a sign from the Lord and the universe that we are going to catch, like, we are going to complete that task of catching one Grass-type, and it's going to be catching a shiny Cottony or Whimsicott. Oh, Whimsicott, we do need to, like, look at the face a bit more, because I think instead of green leaves, it has, like, blue leaves or something, and that's the main difference. But the Cottony is a lot more easy to tell, because the leaves stick out of the side, so that's good at least. Okay, let's go. Toucan, get out of here. Follow your nose to the shiny Cottony. Where are these Cottonies? Why are they not spawning? Right, chat. In number of minutes, right, we've got 30-minute sandwich. Actually, no, say how many minutes left. How many minutes left on the sandwich do you think it'll be when we get a shiny Cottony? We're going to get a shiny Cottony, okay? We're definitely going to get one. But how long will be left? So, like, at the minute, we're, like, 1.5 minutes in. So there's 28 minutes left on the sandwich, right? So, like, how many minutes remaining do you think we'll get one, like, really late with, like, 1 minute left on the sandwich? Do you think we'll get one really quickly, like, in the next, like, 90 seconds? And there'll be, like, 26 minutes left on the sandwich? Put your prediction below of, like, how long left on the sandwich you think there will be. Like, when we get the Cottony, we're going to look at here and we're going to go, oh my gosh, we had, like, 28 minutes left, right? How many minutes left? So we've got 28 minutes to go. So basically, the higher your number, the quicker you think we're going to get it, and the lower your number, the slower you think we'll get it. Like, if you put a low, so it's low and slow, high and quick. Okay, that's the mantra. Okay, so but yeah, Cottony is the easier one to spot than Whimsicott, but that's okay, we can work with either. But again, we kind of want the Cottony more because it's better to have the unevolved forms. Because 2 Cottony I can work with, but a Cottony and a Whimsicott? No, a Cottony and a Whimsicott's fine. A Cottony and a Whimsicott is good, a Cottony and a Cottony is good, but a Whimsicott and a Whimsicott, that's not so great. So, okay. Right, Cottony. What are we doing? Oh, there's one other thing I was going to say. I didn't really want to drag this up, but because it's sort of like we've like almost moved on now. But I was going to just say with the book, it's a weird thing as well. I talked like sort of 2 weeks ago because I got the shiny Chincho. That's why I got distracted. About like 2 weeks ago now, I had like my first like sort of quote unquote bout of anxiety for a long time in years, because I was talking about sort of the one thing I didn't put in the book, and it was about depressed versus depression. That's when we bumped into Chincho. I remember where I'm going now. So we talked about depressed versus depression, right? And I sort of said about how I feel there's this difference where I think almost everyone at some point, there are a few people who are kind of like immune to emotions or whatever. You'll tend to find they're British. But where, like, you know, they may not really experience this stuff, but I think, like, a lot of people are going to get a bit depressed at some point about something, about, like, losing someone, about losing a job, about, you know, just some personal failure, some disappointment, some, you know, some disappointing blah, blah, blah. But depression is where you have all that, like, negativity and, like, the sort of low energy and despondency and the guilt and all these other sort of things you may be feeling, but it's like in a more, what I would sort of call a more permanent or long-term kind of way. It's where you're just like it, like, all the time. So, like, when you're, like, depressed, say if you are, like, a bit depressed, like, something has kind of shit. Oh, hang on, is that a shiny or is that just, no. That's not lighting, that's just me not being able to see clearly. So that's the thing. Looking for a grass Pokemon in the grass, it's not... Here, it's not just lighting, or... It's just about whether you actually can spot stuff or not. But anyway, Bark, but like when you're like sort of just like depressed, you can do something like go see a movie or like watch a movie, and it'll be a really funny movie, and like you'll laugh and you'll enjoy it, and it will like take your mind off of the stuff that you've been feeling bad about, and you will feel good. Like you'll feel good watching the movie. You'll forget that you have any troubles and whatever. But when you have like serious deep depression, even if you're doing something nice or cool, even if you're like kind of far removed from the thing that made you sort of feel depressed in the first place, you still feel bad like all the time. And you know, if you're watching like a funny movie or something, you're not really like taken away from it completely. Like maybe you do find it funny at times and stuff, but you don't enjoy it as much as like you would have done otherwise and stuff like that. And so I kind of have this mental distinction between like depressed versus depression, and similarly anxious versus anxiety, where you just feel like perpetually anxious versus you're sort of just like a bit like you're like concerned about like a specific thing, but then once that specific thing happens and is out the way, or once you've kind of sat down and thought about it a bit, you like feel fine again. And again, you can do something fun like play a movie, it's like watch a movie or play a game, and it'll take your mind off it, you know, or like talk to a friend or whatever, or like your mind will. But when you have like that depression and the anxiety, rather than just feel depressed or feel anxious, or you know, feel anxious, that's like sort of harder because it's this more permanent thing. You're like permanently sort of, I don't want to say permanent, but it's just stuck with you. It is with you in everything that you do, kind of thing. And it's more long term. Like you'll be like it for like say like 2 weeks or more or something like that, you know, like, and that's quite concerning. If you ever sort of feel like despondent and guilty and depressed or like highly anxious and for like 2 weeks or more, that's when like you need to get help, okay? Don't like put up with anything if you feel it for more than like 2 weeks. But anyway, so I have like this important distinction. And hang on, let me just check chat for a second. Bigger Jeff, hi, welcome. Lovely to see you. Thank you for joining in. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna look at your predictions as well. So we've got like 7 minutes left, 6 minutes left, 20 minutes remaining, 24 minutes remaining. Okay, so we've got 2 that are thinking we'll get it a bit later on, and then we've got 2 thinking we're gonna get it kind of earlier. Let's just check the time and see. So we're at, so we're at 22, so we've already bypassed the 24 minutes. Ah, that's a shame. But in fairness, we could have run past one, and I didn't see it, and you might have been right, but just I was a silly Billy. So that is possible. But okay, so anyway, so I have this distinction between like depressed versus depression. Hopefully that distinction kind of makes sense. I suppose it depends on how much or not you've experienced depression and depressed feelings and stuff, or anxiety and anxious feelings or whatever. But basically, the point is when I was at university, that's when I developed depression and anxiety, and it was very scary. And then basically, it was like in my like second year at university, and then basically once I came back after like the Christmas break, I sort of like resolved some stuff, but I still had the depression and anxiety. But it was definitely a bit less than it had been before the Christmas. At the Christmas, it reached its peak where I was and during the Christmas holiday, it was like the worst Christmas holiday ever, because I just perpetually felt anxious from like the moment I woke up to the moment I fell asleep at night. Like I was just not good. Like I just felt anxious and scared and terrified all the time. But then I sort of got a couple of things sorted, and you know, I still sort of felt depressed. I still got a bit anxious at times, but the anxiety wasn't like a huge thing anymore. It was largely just the depression. And see, dealings, they come in clusters of 5. But anyway, Bark. So then, but that's the thing. But then once I was done with university, like I said, I went and I had like that bit of medication and that little bit of the cognitive behavioral therapy, and I read that amazing book by Dr. David D. Burns. and those sort of thing, and I had like my own efforts. Like I'd read a bunch of books in addition to David's book before. I had read a bunch of books before reading his that had kind of like helped take the edge off a bit as well. Like, you know, like Anxiety for Dummies. I read like Anxiety for Dummies, Depression for Dummies, and like Low Self-Esteem for Dummies. Because the For Dummies books can be pretty good. So I read all of those. And then, but like David's book in conjunction with the other stuff is the things that really, and really just like kicking my efforts up into gear, being like, look, I am going to like, you know, put pen to paper and like write things down. I'm not just going to like think things in my head and be like, oh yeah, that's irrational in my head. Like I'm gonna write out like this thing is irrational and here are the reasons why. Like physically write stuff out. It helps tremendously. Don't just read something and be like, oh, that makes me feel better. Like no, put like pen to paper, write things out like methodically and slowly. It really helps. But anyway, so I really kind of kicked up all my efforts to beat this thing down into overdrive, and it worked. You know, I got better. And then it was sort of after that when the invitation to the voiceover convention came in my email box, and I was like, yeah, I feel better now. I want to take the next step in my voiceover career. This event looks perfect. And so that's kind of how that happened. But anyway, Buck. But the reason I say all that, the reason I get a bit into my backstory is basically I haven't really like had depression and anxiety for like a very long time. Like maybe there had been a couple of little bouts of it, maybe at certain points, certain events and stuff. Like, oh, this scary thing happened, so I did feel anxious for like a few days. So it was kind of like a mini bout of anxiety. Like it wasn't like 2 weeks, but maybe like I felt anxious for a couple of days. But generally, I'd got to a good place. So, like, when sort of 2 weeks ago, I had this big thing of anxiety, it was really alarming and really scary, because it had kind of come out of nowhere. It kind of sucker punched me. Like, I realized all the little reasons and vulnerabilities that have built up over the last few years. Like, we've had, like, a once-in-a-century pandemic, and, you know, I had, like, 2 friends who I lost in like a span of like a 1.5 year time period, and I was like playing a video game that like, you know, that had a replacement for one of those people and was like the last performance of the other one of those people. You know, the other video game I played is like pretty heavy video game, story wise, and you know, it's, and just all this other stuff that's, you know, like the green card has been stressful and scary, and so there's just been all this like, you know, all this like genuinely stressful and scary stuff in the last few years, and it's not stuff to be underestimated, you know, and like and all together, put all together with things, you know, like it's a lot, you know, and so I'd kind of underestimated that, but unfortunately it meant that like I had a bunch of like anxious and scary thoughts pop into my mind, and because I was in this vulnerable place, those very anxious thoughts then just suddenly kind of festered in my brain and took over, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. And then I got very anxious and very scared, and I had this really big bout of anxiety. And so it feels weird talking about celebrating the like anniversary of my book and like, look how far I've come, look how good I am at handling my depression and anxiety, when I've just had my like first bout of anxiety for like years and years and years and years and years. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's like the first time I felt that for years and years and years. So like I have come a long way, but still, it kind of, you know, it was sort of a bit, you know, but when I had the anxiety, I was like, come on, dude, like you wrote a book about this and now you're like really struggling and stuff, you know. It was just a bit, but like, you know, you just felt a bit like a fraud. But again, those of you who have read the book can tell others that it's like, no, it's a good book and the advice is good. And even if, you know, and it does literally say like, this book isn't to make you feel good all the time. It's just, you know, it's just going to help take the edge off things. It's going to help some things that, you know, there are some things that maybe like concern or scare you now. Also, I hate this lighting. This is perfect lichen rock hunting time if you had a rock type sandwich and you're in the right place, but it's not good for cottony hunting. So hang on a sec. I need to scroll down because my chat hasn't scrolled down. Nay, ain't okay. Good luck with your homework. I hope it goes well. Oh, chat. Should we do like leaves? I don't know if there's any like sort of like dandelions or cotton emojis. And then like we could have like leaves and like orange. So like leaves, orange, and sparkles. And then if there's any like cotton or like dandelions, maybe those could be good emojis. But yes. Okay. So. But yeah. Anyway. But I had this big bout of anxiety, and it was very scary. And I'm in this very weird place now, where basically, and also one of the things that kind of brought it on as well is basically, like, like we all grow and change and learn things, and it's like as you grow up, like your viewpoint of the world changes and stuff like that. Like your understanding of the world changes. I'll give you like a really small example. And in fairness, this may also be just a sign of the changing times and not just like your actual like perspective kind of thing. Like I'm talking about this as if like sort of like look, when you're a child, you have like a child like naivete. When you're a child, there are just things you don't really think about, or you have like quite like you have like a very sort of optimistic view of the world when you're a child and stuff like that. And and it's not, I don't know, but when you're an adult, you just realize that there are unfortunately certain bad things out there, and that's okay, and you can sort of work past them and ignore them, and or sort of choose to focus on the good things. But there are bad things out there, and you do have to be aware of that. And so basically, there are things that there are things that I had not thought about for a long time, like since I was like a young adult and stuff like that. And back then, I had like some scary thoughts, but I was able to resolve them because of my sort of young adult naivete. But now I have less young adult, not naivete, and so I kind of thought about some things I hadn't thought about for a long time. These thoughts crept into my head, and just they're very scary now because I don't have answers for them. When I used to think about some of these things, they didn't really scare me because I was like, oh, that's fine just because of this. But now I'm kind of like, oh, I don't have an answer for that. And I'm the kind of guy who likes to have answers for things. I don't really like not having an answer for things. And then like panic set in. And then, so basically, so I'm at this very weird point now where in the last few days, in like the last week or so, a lot of the actual anxiety is gone. I feel very, very calm. I feel really calm right now. Like I don't have that sort of like anxious sort of poison in my heart. But the questions and sort of some of the like, oh my gosh, my brain is going a million miles an hour kind of thing, thinking so many thoughts. I still do have like a bunch of the thoughts and stuff because I haven't been able to really resolve the underlying issues. I've been able to sort of deal with the anxiety, but not really some of the underlying issues that caused it. I think maybe someday I might have to go to someone like a professional to kind of try and answer these questions if I'm not like okay, I don't know. But again, but basically I've sort of had that, you're basically, as we grow and change and stuff, like our worldview slides along, and basically some things that I used to think and believe kind of haven't slid along with it, if that concept makes sense. I'll explain. I'll kind of use like a couple of examples in a minute, but like, but there were things that kind of I realized, oh, that doesn't really like fit my current worldview, but like, then what does fit my worldview? And it's like, I don't know, and that was very scary. And there's a shiny. So, yay, talking about anxiety is apparently more successful for shiny hunting than talking about politics. Cottony, I choose you. Excellent. Thank you for the emojis as well. Obviously, the emojis were what did it, not me talking about anxiety. But, Kevin, I miss when the worst thing that could happen to me was missing a Pokemon episode. I know, right? That's the thing. That was a thing as well. A week ago, right? A week ago, I was just so kind of resentful like, I don't think I'm like a particularly clever person, but also at the same time, I see a lot of stupid people and realize that I do have like some intelligence, and I have to kind of recognize that. So I know I'm like kind of clever, but I was like so resentful I was like, why do I have to be clever? Like, why am I like asking these questions and thinking about these things that they ultimately don't really matter or impact anything? I mean, I don't know. It's like, I can't, like, whatever the answers are, or whatever these sort of answers are that I'm looking for, they ultimately don't really, they also don't like change a lot of things. Like in a bunch of ways, they don't, like, they matter, but they don't matter. It's like, you know, it's sort of just weird. I won't get into it because otherwise I'm going to start getting myself anxious again. But like, but I was just so frustrated and so annoyed because I was like, why do I have to think about this stuff? Why is my brain doing this? Why is my brain asking like stupid, scary, frustrating questions that I really don't need to think about? Like, is it helpful to think about this stuff? No. Well, then don't think about it. Like, and I say that in my book. I'm like, is this helpful to think about or focus on? Does this make you happy to think about it or focus on? And if the answer is no, then like remind yourself of that every time that you have like some weird thought or you start focusing on something that you don't like, you know, and write it down as well. Be like, is it helpful to think about this? No. Does it make me happy to think about this? No. Is it productive for me to think about this? No. Like, is it productive? No. Like, maybe these things are important, but they're not productive. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when I say, like, they matter but don't matter. And it's just this stupid and annoying thing. And it's just, I'm so... Oh, hang on, the time. We didn't look... Hang on. Okay, so we're probably about like 10 minutes. So those of you who said like 7 minutes, I think Kevin said 7 minutes. That was very... But, like... I was so resentful of the fact that I'm clever enough to think about this stuff, that I'm just like, why can't I just have like ignorance is bliss. It really is. It's like, why can't I just not think about these things? Why couldn't have I just sort of lived my silly little life playing my silly little Pokemon games and that be that? It's like, why did I have to think about these things? Because I have opened a Pandora's box now. And that's the thing. And I'm still kind of left with a bunch of the running thoughts. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I think. I don't know what I feel. And yeah, and it's something which I may have to work through this with someone someday. But I'm not going to work through it with you guys. Or any of my friends or anything. But it's like, yeah, but it was just this really annoying thing. Where it's like, I hated... I was so resentful of the fact that I was clever. Because it was like, I'm like not clever enough to figure this out. But I'm clever enough to think about it, and I'm not stupid enough to not think about it. So it was just really annoying. But luckily, I'm sort of in a good enough place now where I don't really have any anxiety, because I don't know. It's kind of hard to be like perpetually anxious, like all the time, like all the time. Like, it's exhausting. So you kind of can't be. And I've gotten good enough at like dealing with anxiety where even all these years later, I still kind of know how to get rid of the sort of the symptoms of anxiety, even if I haven't really dealt with the underlying issue that brought it on. I mean, when I say that, I mean I haven't dealt with it fully. Like, I have dealt with it. I've got like several pages. I grabbed like a few bits of paper, and for days if I thought of something to do with this, or that was helpful or not helpful, I would like write it down. If something was helpful, I'd write it down because it's helpful. If something was not helpful, I would write it down and be like, see, look, this is stupid, so blah. And you know, but I was so resentful of the fact that, yeah, it's just, but so luckily I am in this good place now, because I did want to just follow up on that. I will just kindly ask, don't ever be like, hey Beau, how is that anxiety going or whatever, because this leads into the second thing that I was going to say. I'm in this good place now where I don't really feel anxious, but I do still have like a lot of racing thoughts just about some of the things that kind of triggered the anxiety in the first place. And you know, but like realizing things like, wow, I have had like a tough few years, and I can't underestimate that, and that's going to take its toll on me. And you know, like realizing that stuff and writing it down is like really helpful and helped me calm down and everything. So I feel really calm now, and and sort of the thoughts I'm having are not though they are racing, they're also just not as like prevalent or as heavy, or I'm not like getting as sunk into them as I was before, which is good. I am able to like focus a bit more outwardly, which is good. Like you want to, generally in life, a good thing with anxiety is you want to live your life more outwardly and not be too in your head. You want to be focusing on what you're doing, you know, focusing on like, I'm really looking at these shinies, I'm really feeling the control stick in my hand, I'm really listening to the music, I'm looking at the chat. Shiny Minior for Miss Wannykins, that is brilliant. Love to see that. Love Cat Mew Mew, you're back from making your grilled cheese. I asked at the time, but then, but you probably walked away. What kind of grilled cheese did you make? Like, do you use multiple cheeses? Do you put butter on the outside or mayo? Tell me your process. Skywatcher, welcome back. Lovely, lovely to see you. Very happy to have you here. So hang on, how long do we have left now? Okay, we have 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Oh, and we're going to bump into an oddish of all things. That's a bit odd-ish of one of them to be here. So yeah. Yeah, who hasn't had a tough few years in the monster of a decade, right? Like, exactly. So it's very natural that I'm going to be in this sort of weakened, sort of beaten up state where you're going to, like, that horrible part of your brain that thinks, you know, sort of scary thoughts is going to be like, well, what about this scary thought, you know? But again, when I say about the sort of shifting worldview thing, I'll give you like and like sort of childlike naivete and stuff. I'll give you like a bit of an example. Like when you're a kid, you're kind of like taught this or whatever. I mean, in fairness, you're kind of like taught this. Like this is the way things work, but it's not the way things work. But like when you're a kid, you're told. Let's say there's like a burger restaurant. There are lots of burger restaurants, all with different themes and logos and slogans. So I won't name any one of them or anything here because this probably applies to all of them. But say if you do have like a big burger restaurant or whatever, and when you think about like how do they make their burgers and how do they charge you the amount of money that they charge you for those burgers. And I think if you think, well, when you're a kid, you're taught this notion that like okay, well, they calculate how much like the beef costs and the buns and the lettuce and the tomato and the pickles and the onion and the little bit of ketchup and mustard, and they put all that together, and they say and then you like multiply it by like 4, right? Or like 4 was always the magic number for like restaurants and food stuff, you know, like yeah, figure out the base cost and then you multiply it by 4, and that is how you sell a burger. But you know, like when we look at like the last few years and stuff like that, and I think even when you like find some of these like internal documents of some of these places and stuff like that, you see like how they raised their prices and stuff. And they don't raise their prices because, like, oh, like, beef is more expensive now or whatever. Or maybe, like, beef is a bit more expensive, but they don't actually do it, like, evenly, fairly, in a balanced way. They will, you know, they will just, what they do is they charge you an amount. They like, do research to figure out an amount that they know you will pay for and that you will keep paying for without walking away and going, okay, that's too much. Like if you just made the jump all in one go and blah blah blah, you'd be like, I'm not paying that, like no. And then I'm gonna go somewhere else. But you actually find out like no, like they kind of charge you what, like the most that they can charge you without like psychologically putting you off, kind of thing. Like they research how annoyed can we annoy them without completely annoying them. And it's like, you know, that's kind of like when you know stuff like that, it's like that's a bit bleak and it kind of changes your worldview about like people and humanity and stuff. I still love people. I still love human beings. I still love talking to people. I wouldn't stream if I didn't believe in you guys and have faith in you guys and love you guys. But like, and you wouldn't watch me if you know, but you do realize that like there are just things where when you grow, like I'll give you another weird example. do you ever like see these stories about people on Facebook? And I mean, I'm sorry if any of you guys are guilty of this, but it's like, but you see these stories of people on Facebook who'll do things like they'll like fake having a vacation, or they'll catfish someone, or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll pretend to be another person. They'll pretend to do something that they don't have. Like, oh, I just got like a big job, and like I earn loads of money now, and it's like, and it's just something where it's like, it's like a complete fabrication. Like it's not like slightly bigging up something that happened, or omitting a detail or two, or forgetting a detail or two on a story you're telling. It's just people like just flat out lying. And that's something which, from my childhood to my adulthood, is just something I can't, like, just completely like making up like an entire story. That is something that is just so like alien to me, and so that just, but people do it. That exists. That is a thing. And it's like when you're a kid, you only kind of understand the world through like how you feel. So like if you're a person who, I don't know, gets guilty about things, and feel like, if you like feel guilty if you ever do anything wrong, or you have shame, you know, like oh, like you hated getting scolded by your mother or something like that. Like if you made a mistake, you kind of assume like, oh, every kid and every person must feel the same way as that, right? Like they must feel guilty and have shame, like a sense of shame, a sense of guilt. And when I say like have a sense of shame and a sense of guilt, like people who sort of feel shame and feel guilty, the funny thing about people who feel shame and guilt, feel it about like the tiniest things. Like these people are like they don't do anything bad, but they just feel like so awkward and like, oh gosh, that like oh gosh, that interaction was like so awful and so embarrassing, and it was completely fine. But like they have enough of a sense of guilt and shame that, yeah, like, you know, they sort of worry about doing bad things, and they don't do bad things, like, in part of that because they hate that feeling of shame and regret and embarrassment. But there are people who like don't have that, and they will just like lie about things or do bad things, and like they do not care. And it's just really weird. Like I just couldn't imagine like completely fabricating something like that. Like I've told you guys like my story of like, oh, I went to America and I went to Nickelodeon, and maybe there are certain things where maybe I hyped it up or misremembered something, or I forgot to say something, or actually I made it out to be less of a big deal than it was, or whatever. But like I did go to America. Like there's photos of me with like Rob Paulson and Greg Sipes at Nickelodeon, or Nolan North and Charlie Adler at Nickelodeon. Like that is a thing that happened. But like there are people who could like Photoshop themselves at Nickelodeon, be like, I went to Nickelodeon or whatever, and it's like, you know, like, and they'll just do it, and it's just like weird, and it's sort of, and when you realize that, and you realize that like there are people like that, you realize there are people who will just do things for like power or fame or recognition or whatever, and it's like, and don't get me wrong, we all like being recognized and acknowledged and loved and enjoyed and revered and all these other things. By the way, the sandwich ended, so I'm just now thinking like, okay, what do we do now? So it's just something where I'm just gonna pause for a sec so I can talk a bit more to you guys. But like it's so weird, and when you kind of realize that, it's like, you know, when I was like a child, and when I was when I was very fast an adult, you know, you kind of think like a lot of your worldview and a lot of understanding about things in the world is kind of based on this sense of like, you know, of like, say that, of like, oh, well, everyone has guilt and shame and other stuff. But then you look at certain things and you're kind of like, well, hang on, this thing that I've always kind of believed in, or that I've kind of thought was like, oh, this is like a universal truth or something about the world. It's like, but it might not be though, because there are people who are completely different from you. Like, and not just that there are like a small number of people, but like a significant number of people who it's like, where you think, oh, no one would ever blah, blah, blah. Or like, well, this thing must be true. Like, people wouldn't lie about that though. But it's like, yes, they would. And it's like, oh, oh, well, that's kind of scary. And so, it's just kind of, so I hope, I'm trying to say some of these things. I won't get into all the weeds of all the things that scared me, but, and I hope I'm not scaring any of you now. I hope I'm kind of saying this in a way where it's like, yeah, I know it's weird, right? Like, yeah, and then you'll feel like kind of more roused and whatever. But it's weird. Like, when there's some things where you kind of think about them and you're like, oh, actually, because people are this way, like years ago, I used to think people were this. And so that meant this other thing was like this. But now that I know that people can just do things like lie and like not care, that, how do I feel about this other thing? Like, I used to feel this one way about this other thing, but do I feel differently about it now that I know that it could be different? Like, it's just very weird. It's very weird. And so I just had this kind of wave of all these things where it was like, oh, how do I feel about that now? That doesn't make sense anymore. Or does it? I don't know. And it was really scary. And it was just, yeah. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Love Cat Mew Mew. I've always had a huge sense of guilt and stuff, so I completely understand. Can I ask you, Love Cat Mew Mew, were you a person where, like, because again, I don't know, like, were you ever, like, say in a classroom and, like, one of your fellow students is, like, getting, like, yelled at by the teacher or something? The teacher's like, how dare, like, hey, come here, you don't do that, like, so that was dangerous and that was stupid, like, how dare you be rude, whatever they're kind of yelling at. But, like, if you've ever been in a room with a teacher yelling at a student, like, I get, like, the secondhand guilt. I know I haven't, like, done anything wrong, and I don't, and it's like, and I know the teacher's not gonna turn at me and be like, and you, Beau, like, or anything like that. But I would feel kind of scared. Like, like, some people look at, like, a kid being yelled at and, like, laugh at it, or they don't really feel anything, or they'd be like, yeah, can we, like, get back to class? But, like, I would feel like, like, it would sort of make me feel frightened. And yeah, it's like, it's not you. Like, I didn't get in trouble, but some people could look at a teacher yelling and, like, find it funny. And I, and although I agree with, like, Tenchi that it's like, I hate teachers who scream like that, sometimes it kind of is, like, sometimes, like, not, I don't know, like, it's just, I sort of say in my book, like, anger's not necessarily a bad emotion, but it's just, but there are two things where it's like, there's two things where, like, anger is an okay emotion to have. One of them is, like, whether something is fair or unfair, and you have to really step back and look at, like, is this thing fair or unfair, kind of thing, but, like, actually unfair, like mathematically or whatever unfair, and whether your anger sort of benefits you in some way. So, for example, I'm sort of, like, quiet, shy, all that kind of stuff. And so, like, if I'm talking with my parents or something, if I ever got, like, angry with my parents about something, my anger would kind of, like, be a signal to them that, like, oh, this is serious, this is different, we need to pay attention to this, because, like, Beau doesn't get angry, So it's like, so in that situation, like, my anger would be useful. Like, if I did sort of start to raise my voice at all, I'd never, like, be, like, sort of disrespectful to my parents. Like, I didn't, like, call them idiots or swear at them or anything like that, but I would get, like, angry and whatever, and it'd be, like, sort of defensive of, like, my stance, like my feelings are valid, kind of thing, like, the way I am feeling is valid, and, like, you need to acknowledge that this is real or whatever, and it's like, but if I'd be angry, it would kind of be a signal to them, so, like, oh, he might have a point here, kind of thing. Or something like that, right? But so, and in some ways, like, so if a student did do something that was, like, very dangerous, like, say if a student did do something very dangerous, and, like, say if, like, one student was, like, going at another student with, like, a pair of scissors or something like that, and you had to be like, hey, stop it, kind of thing, right? Like, I know that's not ideal, but I wouldn't blame a teacher for that, because that's, like, a scary situation, and you need to, like, stop that stuff immediately. And if, like, raising your voice is, like, how to kind of, like, snap someone into, like, a kind of thing and get them to stop, like, again, it's not ideal, I know it's not perfect, but, like, in the heat of a moment, I get that kind of thing. So, so it's kind of, but, like, hey, you don't do that kind of thing. It's like, like, I do understand that. But Not if it's just like sort of like, hey, you spell color with a U in England or whatever, like that's stupid, but but like you get what I mean. So hopefully that all makes sense. I'm not saying like teachers should yell, but I'm just saying. But so, and when I say like, oh, I was in a class with a teacher or like with a student who's being yelled at, I think it was genuinely because they really were doing something very bad, and it's like, but it's horrible for those poor little shy kids who get the secondhand guilt. So like that's a thing. But yeah, you kind of like you sort of wish you were a turtle and you could like bob your head into your shell. So yeah. Right, hang on. Let me just catch up on chat for a sec because I kind of missed. So there's a lot of like, oh, we love you, Beau. Oh, that's very sweet. You had snacks in your bakery for $1, which is now $1.06, which is let's see. Let's see. Hang on. So I just want to check. Okay, actually no, that's fine. Okay. I don't really need to like sort of. Okay, cool. Oh, but sorry, I am Mr. Gold. I can see you subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I don't know if you're still here or not. Also, we need to decide what shiny we're going to get. We'll do like say 2 more shiny hunts. That'll take us through to 3 o'clock. That'll kind of work out pretty nicely. But what shiny are we going to get? What shiny is on my spreadsheet that say we haven't hunted for yet? That's like a good one to get. We actually said this week was like a week of revenge, right? So we got Chincho, we got Cottony. Did we go for anything else last week? I mean, we didn't get Grookey, but I might not go for Grookey again. There's Cranidos, but I don't know. If we get that, I then don't really have anything else to hunt. I kind of want to hunt things where... I kind of want to hunt for things where, like, if they appear, if we like get them, there's like something else we can then go get, if that makes sense. So let's see. One thing we could do is we could maybe sort of try and go for like Diglett and Drillbur, because I think they're the only 2 ground types that appear in the Chargestone Cavern. I don't know if someone might want to look that up or not. Because I'm just looking at some other things. It's like, yes, I do need a second Cottony now, and I need a Comfey. Oh, did I see any Comfeys? No, we only saw Cottony. Okay, that was a bit weird. By the way, Beau, what is your favorite song in Pokemon? That is a great question, and I actually do have an answer for that, because it's one of my favorite songs ever that I really love. And it's the Giratina movie. I seem to be having good luck in the grass. That's a good point, Kevin. We should... So, Cliffo. Hi, Beau. I greeted you earlier, but I stepped away and I didn't want to interrupt your speech. Anyway, hi, you're a new sub and you want to say how much you appreciate your work. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I also love that emoji. That's a very... that's like a very... That's a very detailed emoji. No, thank you. I really appreciate that. It was, I do remember you from earlier. And it's lovely. It's really lovely of you to say that. And I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry. So my favorite song is from the Giratina movie. I think the Giratina movie is I want to say the 11th movie, because then the Arceus one is the 12th, and then the Zoroark one is the 13th. And the Zoroark movie is my favorite. And then, because I think the Black and White movie was like 14 and 15. I can't remember. I can never remember if Zoroark was 13 or 14 is the problem. But I think the Black and White one is like movie 14 and 15. So anyway, Bark. But no, so I love the song from the Giratina movie. It's This Is a Beautiful World. If you're unfamiliar with it, go check it out after this stream. It's a really beautiful song. It's actually a song where I kind of hear the lyrics. As those of you who know me know, I famously don't really hear song lyrics. But I really love This Is a Beautiful World. It's just such a nice song. I haven't listened to it in a long time. Or I don't listen to it enough. Like, I should probably listen to it every like few months or something like that. And particularly right now even. But yeah, but like I really love that one. But there's a lot of like really good. There's a lot of like the old like Pokemon Karaoke-mon like songs and stuff like that, and like intros. But I do like a bunch of the songs and the music from the movies. the Darkrai movie has like this really gorgeous. I think it's called like Erasion, and or something like that. And not Salacion, not to be confused with Salacion Town, but it's like Erasion or it's like O or Aura blah 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 Eon or something, and it's this like really gorgeous like instrumental. Oh sure, I need to knock my laptop off. It's this really gorgeous like instrumental thing with like church bells. It's really gorgeous. So yes. Kevin likes the Power of One from Pokemon the Movie 2000 or Pokemon 2000. Yes, that's a good one as well. So hang on, let's decide what we're actually hunting for here. Although Kevin said about the grass thing, I actually don't really know what I have that's in the grass, to be honest. I mean, Cranidos kind of counts as grass, which is why I'm kind of tempted to do the Diglett thing, but we could. Okay, actually, hang on. I tell you what. Let's, because we've never like given Blitzle a full go. So let's. Should we do Blitzle? It's a bit of a hard one to spot, but I don't really know what other. Oh, hang on, I can get rid of Picky Peck from there as well. Haha. It is I, Grunty boy. Okay, nice. If you understood that reference, kudos. The Japanese I'm kind of unfamiliar with a lot of the like Japanese stuff, unfortunately. But I do remember like XYZ did have like a cool opening, and people said about that. So Feta, Erasion. I think it is Erasion. I think I did get that right. Yeah. But yeah, look that one up. Look up those two movie songs afterwards or whatever, or put them on in the background right now if you have another device. But don't leave the stream. Please don't leave the stream. Like and subscribe, and all that stuff. Fun fact about the Darkrai movie, the original end credits theme was sung by famous Italian singers, and one of the singers from Kiss. Oh my gosh. Hopefully it's one of the okay singers from Kiss and not one of the cancelled ones from Kiss. But yes. But okay. So should we go for Blitzle? Because we've never given Blitzle a full go, have we? And even if there is a guaranteed Blitzle, that still doesn't mean... Even if there is a guaranteed Blitzle, it doesn't mean that... It still means we need at least one more. So let's see if we can... Hang on, I just need to check. Your eyes are red if they're shiny, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, the lag. So let's go over this. Oh, for the love of Nelly. But yeah, so I am sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm kind of dragging out this anxiety thing more than I wanted to. I wanted to just quickly say, hey guys, like, I know last week I talked about anxiety. Like, a lot of the actual, like, anxiety's gone away. I just still have, like, a bunch of, like, racing thoughts. And that's all I wanted to say. But then it kind of coincided with, like, the book and stuff like that. And it's kind of part of why I did decide to read my own book again this weekend. Because I was like, well, I haven't read this since I was back in England. And it would just be interesting to see if there's anything different. And a funny thing about the book... And just Love Cat Mew Mew. It was really interesting reading the book because I could see when I sort of said earlier, like, there are some things where I can sort of that are like so different from like how I am now and stuff like that. And one of the things is there are a bunch of things I wrote in the book where I can tell that I wrote them because I was like such a guilty person. I felt so guilty about so many things that like a bunch of the like chapters I wrote and the examples I use kind of come from the fact that I used to feel so guilty about so many things, and I used to feel so responsible, like, oh, if something happened it must be my fault that it went bad. And it's like, no, like, things can be other people's fault. Like, obviously. And it's so stupid when you put it that way, but it's true. And so, but there are like all these like chapters and like little examples and stuff that I kind of write where I can really see that it's kind of written for like the me from like 10 years ago rather than like the me from now. But at least it's helpful for like the maybe not the me's of now, but the people who are, you know, me 10 years ago right now. So yeah. Skywatcher, Pokemon Moon was your first Pokemon game, so you have a soft spot for the music from the Alola games as well. Yeah, Alola had some nice music and stuff. I can't really remember it off the top of my head, but it's good. But yeah, in the show, there's just a lot of fun songs from like the intros to the movies to like the Pokemon Karaoke Mon and stuff like that. You know, I do find myself like spontaneously singing like the Jenny Joy song a lot, either because like say something like I'll see a post from like Jenny Yokobori and I'll be like Jenny, oh Jenny, or just like sort of or just there'll be like a name which rhymes with one of them or something, like either rhymes with Jenny or Joy, and then I will start singing and I'll like substitute their name in or whatever. So you know, okay, right, let's make a picnic. Let's do the burger. Let's do another. We did a sour yellow pepper sandwich before. That got us the Chincho. Let's hope it can get us a Mr. Irvin Blitzle. You love the gym leader music in Sword and Shield. Yeah, me too. Sword and Shield is... Sword and Shield... Sword and Shield's like a weird one because it's kind of like... It's got this fantastic music, but I would get if someone didn't really appreciate it much or anything, because it's not exactly like music that you would kind of like put on a playlist and like bop your head to, but it's just like really like atmospheric and good, like whilst you're playing the game, like whilst you are like having this like tense gym leader battle and stuff like that. The music really captures like the feelings that you need to feel that will like accompany the like, oh gosh, like, oh, do I switch to this or do I switch to that? Like, oh no, he's got me on the ropes, like all that kind of stuff. Like it's really good for like all that. And yeah, you know, like it's just, there's a lot of good, like really good like atmospheric music for Sword and Shield, like things like the Wild Area. You know, like you're not really gonna listen to the Wild Area being like, I need to listen to a real bop right now. But like, oh my gosh, look at that pepper standing up on its side. Okay, right, we're going to put the bread all the way over here. That bread is determined to stay upwards. I'm going to pin it upwards. There we go. Yeah, Sword and Shield either resonates with you immediately or you forget about it instantly. I mean, what I would say, I would sort of say it's both those things at the same time. So like, I would sort of say, or for the most part, it's both of those things at the same time. Because I would say that it's like something where you listen to, if you like put it on in like two like notes or two beats, you would immediately know like what song it is and be able to like hum along with it or something, right? But then as soon as you're not listening to it, you can't remember it. Like when you're not listening to it, you can't really remember it. But then as the second you listen to it, you will know like exactly what it is. Also, I hope I saved my game 50 bajillion times before I made that sandwich. Oh well, we'll just have to get a Blitzle or a Zeb Striker. Oh no, don't. Why am I frozen? It's because I'm talking to like a. Okay, I'm talking to like an imaginary Cerulege. Right, Mr. Irvin Blitzle. I tell you what, here's what we'll do. If we get Zeb Striker, but not Blitzle, oh, for the love, stop talking to Cerulege. Sorry, because it does this whole like slow animation thing where you like can't move. It's really frustrating. But if we get a Zeb Striker, I will save getting a Blitzle for that coaching challenge thing. I'll do that because it's like if we are like hunting like both of these Pokemon at the same time, there's like a 50-50 chance that we just get the wrong one. Like if we get a Zeb Striker and then it's like, well, both Pokemon are appearing but we only need one of them, it's like, well then I may as well just do the task where you get the one of them, because I need to do it someday, so I can just do it whenever, some point later this year, and we can just hunt for a different electric type. So that will be the plan. So we'll hunt for these. We'll see if we're in the grass, because Kevin told us to go in the grass. Sorry, there's like hair on my microphone. But like, yeah, so we'll try this in the grass method. But yeah, if we get a Zeb Striker first, they are a bit easier to notice as well. So if we do get Zeb Striker, we can be like, okay, we're switching up and going to, we'll go to like Chargestone Cave and get a Joltik or something. Okay, take a picture of Pokemon in flight. But yeah. So anyway, so that was the story of my anxiety of my book. It's very weird that I had an anniversary for my book right after having my first sort of real bout with anxiety for years, but I hated it. It was absolutely miserable because I haven't felt anxiety in I haven't felt like full-on anxiety in such a long time. It felt so alien and so... I'd forgotten what it felt like, to be honest. Again, that's kind of why I wrote the book when I did, because back when I did, I remembered what anxiety felt like. But, you know, like 3 weeks ago, I didn't really know anymore. And it's like, thanks for the reminder, body and brain. Thanks for that. So, yeah. But anyway, Bark. And thank you for all the support with the book, by the way. If one of the mods types in !happiness, a link will appear so that you can look into it yourself if you are curious. If you are curious about how I went from having like anxiety and sort of anxiety for a few months, depression for like 2 years, and then got to a place where I was able to get out of it and reach a state of day-to-day happiness where I was able to do all the stuff that I needed to do to be able to move to America, and then move to America, and then just didn't really feel either depression or anxiety. I felt depressed and anxious at times during the past 5 years, but I haven't really like had depression or had anxiety for like the 5.5 years that I've been out here now. So if you want to learn how maybe that could happen for you, then I have the book, and I'm really proud of it, and I think it can be really helpful for you guys too. Even though I've just talked about having the first, but in fairness, like the things that terrified me and scare me it's all a very unique set of circumstances and stuff that are like, well, yeah, that's terrifying. So you know, and there's some things where like there may not be answers at the bottom of them, and that's kind of terrifying as well. But anyway, Buck, let's move on and talk about. So I had like several things I wanted to talk about today, but I can't really remember. Fire Emblem Three Hopes was good, but yeah, I didn't like that it had a bad ending and that I accidentally got the bad ending because I wanted the good ending. I had planned to get the good ending, but then the way I played the game, it was like, haha, you messed up, and I was like, wait, what? It didn't really even let you know. It's just Fire Emblem Three Houses had a far better, like, hey, you're about to make a big decision here. Here's the decision. Are you sure you want to make this decision? Like, it had a far better one of those than Fire Emblem Three Hopes did. I'll say that much and no more. But yeah, so it was a bit, like, the ending was a bit disappointing. But the game itself took me by surprise. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed it because I thought, hang on, why are you not moving? Because I thought, I wasn't sure how much I was going to enjoy it. And at first, when I first started playing it, I was like, I'm not sure how much I'm going to enjoy this. This seems like quite a lot of instructions, quite a lot of blah, blah, blah. But then I ended up really enjoying it. And it was a very good game. So thank you, Koei Tecmo, for making a good, different alternative to Fire Emblem Three Houses. I am still going to play Fire Emblem Three Houses instead, like if I ever go back. But I'm glad I tried it out. I'm glad I finally played a Warriors game. And I was very impressed with like the strategy of it. I really did like the sort of strategic elements of Three Hopes. That did take me by, well, it didn't take me by surprise because I knew there was strategy to it, but I was kind of surprised by like how they were able to create this really cool strategic element with the sort of hack and slash and hackiness of it. Sorry, I'm just thinking up some joke in my head right now, where it's like, for me it's like hack and slash, but for Chris Hackney it's Hackney and slash because he's Dimitri or something. Like that was the joke. But anyway, enjoy that bad joke. Anyway, Bark. So let me just check. Oh, do the commands only work when I do them? I may have turned them off for mods. Maybe I'll see if I can turn them on for I'll see if I can turn them on, but it's funny you both did it and like nothing happened. Oh no, they were there. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm reading everything backward. I'm reading everything at the same pace as you guys. You just got a fastball and master ball from the lotto. Whoa, that's awesome, Miss Wannikins. Let's see. The item. I need to do the item lotto thing because I've got a lot of like materials that I could use for it. And yeah, anxiety sucks 0 out of 5 stars. Agreed, totally. That's why I won't get into all the details about what scared me because it will scare all of you. So yeah. Okay, well, that's good. I was thinking like, no, I'm pretty sure I gave you guys like the permissions. I think there are permissions that I haven't given to you guys that it did give you by default. But that was one where I was like, well, there's not really any harm in like Xander putting like exclamation point word. Like I know he's not gonna be like spam the book, spam the book, spam the book. Kramen's like, I like spamming, and I hope you like spamming too. I'm like, Kramen, stop shilling the book. So MTTMP43, lovely to see you. Welcome back. Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the bad ending is too easy to walk into. Yeah, it just is. Like in Three Houses, they did a good job with like, hey, like what you're about to do here is like really, really important. Whereas I won't like spoil it for you guys. But what I'll say is this, right? In Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, right? You basically run around and you attack like a bajillion enemies, and that is not I have a maths degree, and people who have played the game can verify that is an accurate count. It is literally a bajillion people. A bajillion is a real number. I have a maths degree. So no, I do have a maths degree. It's not a real number. Just yeah. But anyway, Bark, just go with the joke. So anyway, Bark. So what? But like, so you go around and like slash people, and then you get like bosses, right? Like you face off against people from like the other 3 houses. Sorry to spoil that, but it's 3 houses. They do end up in war, and that's kind of like the part of the point of the game. Like both games, I should say. And but you'll get characters. So you'll get these like named characters and stuff where it's like sort of, okay, we're going to fight our old classmates kind of thing. And so you beat the person and then they'll go, I need to retreat. So then it'll be like so-and-so retreated kind of thing. Okay, cool. Whatever. And then like a couple of levels later or at some point later, like you'll fight them again. And then they'll show up, and then, hang on, where are the Blitzles? I need to go north, don't I? So you'll like find them again, and then you'll fight them, and you'll fight them in the exact same way, and you'll win in the exact same way, and then they'll be like, this is the end. And then they'll die, and it'll be like, oh, so-and-so died, and then everyone will be like really sad or whatever, and I'm sorry to kind of like put it so like emotions are real, like but it's sort of just one of these things. It's like this from like a gameplay perspective and whatever. This is very the same thing as what I've done before, and there are some characters where you'll face them like 3 times or so, like quite a few, and so. There's just not really, like, any indicator of, like, if you beat someone, whether they're gonna be like, I must retreat, or whether they're like, I'm dying, and then that's kind of it, right? Like, there's just no indicator of that. And so basically, there's kind of this mission, and as well, the game has these little, like, side missions, right? Like, every mission has, like, main missions, that's what you need to do to beat the level, but then sometimes they'll throw in side missions, right? So like a big enemy will appear on the map, and it's like, oh hey, on the other side of the map, there's this big enemy. If you go KO that, in addition to, doing, the main mission, you'll get like bonus points and stuff like that, and you'll be able to do more things. And like, you do get kind of punished for not doing side missions, right? Like there are like the game is like broken up into chapters, and every chapter has like a bunch of levels. And sometimes there are little places you can go on the map in a chapter where it will kind of say, it'll be like, oh, hey, in order to like unlock these like bonus items, you need to do all the side missions. So the game kind of like nudges you at this idea of like, oh, hey, you may want to beat the side missions if you can, because you get extra stuff. So basically, there is like this one important like level, and it does tell you like, oh, hey, like your decisions here will have a big impact, heads up. Like it does give you that message. But like, basically, I just went and did the side missions like because I could, and I didn't think anything about it because the game hasn't given me any reason to be like, oh, okay, right, this is it now. This is the big move. Like, okay, that like serious. Like, I mean, I suppose in fairness, like it was a bit silly of me to think, okay, this time if I fight people, it may actually be the end for them or whatever. But like, it's still not really that different, you know. Like I don't know. Like I wish it had sort of said. I kind of wish like when the side mission came up, it said like, hey, this side mission, like how you approach this side mission or whether you do this side mission is like the important thing we told you about before. A bit like how the first game was like, okay, this is it. Like, are you really doing this? Okay, we are now going to proceed. Are you good with that? Okay, cool. Let's proceed. Like, it should have done it like during the level as well, because everything up to that point was like, don't worry. Like, I don't know. You're never going to be able to tell what's going to happen with the story based on your gameplay, and you're never going to, and you know, like the side missions are important and will give you cool stuff if you do them. And so after communicating that all the way through the game, it's like I basically got punished for completing a side mission. Yeah, and so I then got a bad ending because I did a side mission, even though the game had earlier kind of punished me for not doing side missions. And again, don't get me wrong, I don't want to completely oversimplify it and just be like, oh, the game's stupid. Because it's like, no, I kind of, you know, I kind of could have realized that or seen that or whatever. I don't know. Like, I didn't really look at 2 and 2 and try and put them together. Yeah, it is totally an argument. If someone was like, well, no, you could have realized, like, from what they said and the fact that it was like a side mission. Like, I didn't really pay attention to the fact that the stuff I was doing was only a side mission and not like a main mission. Like, I thought I like again, I think because I knew like important stuff was going to happen, I didn't consider that it was like a side mission. I think I saw like the message come up on screen. I was like, right, I have to go do that kind of thing. I didn't pay attention to the fact that it actually said side mission. So, oh, chat, spam zebras, lightning bolts, and sparkles, and then give me your time. We've got 17 minutes left. How many minutes will we have left on the clock when I find my either Zeb Striker or Blitzle? That is your mission. Okay, so I am a bit worried that I'm going past shinies but not seeing them. For the Zeb Striker, though, I feel like it'll be obvious. It's just more the Blitzles I'm a bit worried about. And oh, the cat's going nuts. Great. I might have to deal with him in a minute, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm also going to have a sip of water because I need to have some water. Kevin, you gotta go. You gotta predict your time first, Kevin. You gotta put your prediction. And you got to spam some emojis as well. Thank you, Skywatcher and Cliffo, for spamming the emojis. And Tenchi. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, and Xander. Xander was already way ahead of the curve. So, and Kramen's letting you guys know what Blitzle looks like. I should probably click that myself. Random nameless person enlists in army, just stands there and dies in a single hit. yeah, a little bit. You know, so watching you shiny hunt is making me want to play Pokemon, so I'm going to do some BBQs while I watch/listen to the stream. A Skywatcher, I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to do BBQs with you, but if you feel comfortable doing group BBQs with people, there might be people in chat like Tenchi who would like to do, sorry to volunteer you, Tenchi, but who might want to do the multiplayer ones with you, and then you can unlock legendaries if you don't have all the legendaries unlocked. So if you two want to like coordinate that a bit or something, and if anyone else in the chat wants to do multiplayer BBQs, like let me know. well, not let me know, let the chat know, you know, and feel free to discuss that in chat. 10, she says 5 minutes for the guess. Okay, so hang on, let's get, because I need to get, I've still got Cottony as my reference picture. I need to go find, who do I need to find? I need to find Blitzle. There we go. Mr. Irvin Blitzle. Yeah, the eyes are green instead of blue, but I think the blue body should hopefully be enough. Oh. But yes. Okay. But yeah, do some group BBQs, unlock, get a load of points. Hang on, how many points did... I see, I've 17,000. So I like have enough points to do all the coaching stuff. I just need to like put in the effort to do it. But I've been playing Fire Emblem Three Hopes, as discussed, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I'll get to in a second, but I will just finish talking about Fire Emblem. But yeah, other than that one, what I would describe as like very poor bit of communication, but you know, it's debatable about how poor the communication was. Again, I am willing to acknowledge that maybe I was a bit of a silly Billy on my part. In fairness, I didn't notice that it said I don't know if I noticed whether it said side quest or not, but like I had the capability and the ability to complete the side quest. You generally get rewarded for doing them, and so I did. Hang on, why are you not attacking? Is there a shiny? Or is it just because there are these pillars in the way? I think it's just the pillars. But again, I did really enjoy the mixture of like tactics and strategy. Like I said, it's a game where you go around, running around, just like hacking and slashing like a bajillion people. But it's actually really... But there is more to it than that, though, because what you do is you have like 4 characters on the field at once. And what you can do is you can go in a menu and you can kind of say, right, like, you there, boy, what day is this? Why, it's Christmas, sir. But like, no, please don't ever do that accent. But the point is you can sort of, if you've got your 4 characters, right, like you know, your red guy, your blue guy, your yellow guy, and your green guy, you know, you'll like player 1 is like the red guy or whatever. And why aren't you attacking him? Attack him. No, attack him. He's not shiny. Yeah, there we go. I'm always worried that they'll someday like they will knock out a shiny just because of how buggy these games are and stuff like that. But they don't. They never have. So that's good at least. Hang on, zoom in. There we go. Yeah. So, but like it's very cool. So you sort of play through and then like. You can kind of like, so you play as the red guy, and then you can go on the map, and you can kind of go, right, green guy, I want you to go to the bottom left corner and fight this person. Blue guy, I want you to go fight this person in like the top right corner, and yellow guy, I want you to fight this guy in the bottom right corner. And like, is that lighting, or is that just me not being able to see? Not being able to see! But yeah. So, and that was really cool. And the one thing I kind of missed at the beginning of the game, which if I ever do play it again, I will kind of like know how to do this now. But basically, you want to start a level that way, so you like give everyone a person to go attack. And then basically, with the character you're controlling, you want to go and like attack the person who you would choose to attack. Go attack them. And then immediately on the D-pad, switch to the next person in line, and then go, like, and then finish attacking their person, who they were, like, automatically attacking. Like, you know, they were, like, computer-controlled attacking, but then switch to manually attacking them, finish them off, then switch through to your next person and finish them off, and then switch through to your 4th person and finish them off. And you kind of want to go through this process of, like, you know, assigning people, like assign a person, assign everyone who to fight, like beat the first person, give them a newer person to give them a new assigned person to beat, and then switch to your second player, and then have your second player KO someone, and then give them a new person to assign, and then switch to your 3rd person. And if you switch through like that, you get more experience, and it's just a bit more fun, like mixing things up that way. Why are you not attacking? He's not shiny. And so that's kind of the way to do it. But I didn't really. I kind of just used like the main character a lot at the beginning until he was just like very, very over leveled, and I didn't really realize you had to, I don't know, manually kind of switch between the characters to get the most out of them. So yeah, is it lighting or is it just Beau? I know, right? Oh, so Skywatcher is setting up a code, and then Tenchi's joining. I think maybe even if they are like already connected and playing, you can still join in kind of thing, like at any point. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but if you want to join in and do multiplayer BBQ quests, if you have the DLC, but you want to catch all the legendary Pokemon, you have to play with other people, and so this community is just a good little place to do that. Okay, so let's see. And if you haven't liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. We're getting very, 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 very close to that 2,500. I really should get another cookie in a minute, shouldn't I? Maybe I'll eat a cookie in a minute before I talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Because I beat both Fire Emblem 3 Hopes and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 this week. Or at least the main story of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I've still got the DLC to do, which I have begun now. But yeah. Okay, let me have a cookie and now... Ow. Wasabi, you'll see in a little bit your Switch is charging. Okay. I think the cat might be going nuts, but I don't know. Just like very far off in the distance. And Neo, thank you for the reminder to hydrate. Again. Deja vu. Okay. Zach, you've been so lazy to bake lately. I mean, if this is any consolation, these are the first cookies I've baked all year, and that I've baked since like a week before Christmas or something. I think it was maybe the last time I baked cookies. So I normally bake them like I would often do like one batch a week. My game is frozen. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. I would often bake like once per week, like do a batch per week, and then, you know, freeze them and then bake them off like periodically during the week, like as and when I need them. But I haven't done that. Now, in fairness, at the New Year there was like Christmas, and you eat like a lot of indulgent food and stuff like that. So, you know, I like didn't like need the cookies to have as like snacks. And then hang on, sorry. I need to like wash down this cookie because otherwise it's like gumming up my mouth. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. Nope, still kind of there. There we go. I might struggle to talk for a second. Okay, so anyway, bark. So that's a crocodile. Dang it! I was like, oh, that looks very brown. It's because it's a crocodile. That's why. But yeah. Anyway, bark. Sorry, we'll get to this in a second. I promise. You know, and then like New Year's, like my birthday and stuff like that. So I made a cake. So I did like bake over the New Year, in fairness. But like, still. Still. There was, but like I hadn't made my cookies, you know, I do like one batch of cookies a week, and yes, like over the New Year I had cake and stuff like that, and then like Christmas I just had like other foods, but still, like there wasn't really any reason why, like, I don't know, once we got to something like January the 7th, 8th, 9th, to not bake, and I just kind of haven't, and I've kind of just like, I kind of just put it off myself a bit and stuff like that. It is also hard to coordinate it with, like, eggs. Like, you buy eggs, and then you're like, oh, well, now I've got all these eggs. And then you're like, well, I guess I'll start eating, like, eggs for breakfast and whatever. And then you, you know, and then, I don't know, like, and then you like leave one egg left because you're like, right, that's the egg I'm gonna do for my cookies. But then you leave it for like a week or something like that, and you know, I don't know if the egg I used to my cookies was a good egg. I should have checked it really, but I think it was like still in date and stuff. Like I only bought the eggs like, I think this batch of eggs I only bought like 2 weeks ago, but there are times where I have used like an egg which was maybe like a month old or something, and I think a month is when you like start to push it a bit really. But I think like when I have done that, I have like checked that they're okay. It's just this one I like didn't check it was okay because I was like, these are only like 2 weeks old, like they're fine. It may not be like the optimal egg kind of thing. It may not get me like the best cookie, but it's like good enough. So, for anyone who doesn't know how to check if an egg is good or not, you put it in water. If it sinks, the egg is good. If it floats, it's bad. So keep that in mind. If it floats like a fish, it's fishy. To put it in Zach terms. Okay. So yeah, but with eggs it's annoying because it's like if you want to bake cookies, I only need like 1 egg per batch. So if I want to bake cookies, I have to like get like a dozen of a thing, and then you know it's just kind of like, okay, well now I have to like figure out how to like include eggs in like my, you know, sort of daily eating kind of thing. I know I could maybe do things like, oh, I could like cook them off and then freeze them, but it's like, yeah, but what if say, you know, and I could say something like, well, I'll use 2 of these for baking, lighting or shiny lighting. It's because we've got like a slightly weird time of day, I feel like. But anyway, Bark. But you know, but it's just one of those things where say if you sort of say like, well, I'll use 2 of these for baking and like 10 of them I'll eat. But if you baked off 10 and then you like got through your cookies really quickly or something, you could be like, oh, I wish I'd have had like a 3rd egg out of the batch, you know. So it's just kind of like, you know, like I never want to like I never want to like over predict for myself or anything like that. I don't know, but still. So the point is that, you know, it's okay if, I don't know, you, like being unmotivated to bake and stuff like that, just because, I don't know, there's more to it than just getting up and doing it. It's like you do kind of have to have like the ingredients, and they do kind of have to be like fresh and good and decent and stuff like that. And yeah, just eggs last longer than people think. They do. They actually do. Like they are good for like a month. Like you can go like several weeks and they will be fine. Again, do the test with the water check. Like once they're like over 2 weeks old, do like the water check test. But yeah, they don't. But they're not like some crazy thing. So okay. Let's see. Over easy egg or bread. Sorry, on bread is your go-to breakfast. Oh yeah. So do you just like put it on the bread, or do you do the thing where you like cut a hole in the bread and then you cook the bread in the hole? And I don't really. I call that like egg in the hole. Personally, I think there are 1 or 2 people who call it toad in the hole, which is wrong. I'm sorry, just as an Englishman, that is just wrong. Toad in the hole is when you put sausages in Yorkshire pudding mix. Or Yorkshire pudding batter, and not, it has nothing to do with eggs and bread. But I've had egg in the hole, and so that's what I call it. Right, Blitzle, where are you? There you are. But, hang on, how long we got left? Right, spam those zebras, thunderbolts, and sparkles. We need to get our shiny Blitzle, which is... I could have run past one, in all honesty. I might save Blitzle for, like, an off-stream hunt after this or something. I need to, like, make a note in my system of, like, what is an off-stream hunt and what's, like, an on-stream hunt, and, like, what ones... Like, I think next week I need to plan for what I'm going to hunt for next week, because I am kind of running out of Pokemon to hunt for. And we are getting to a point where it's like, maybe I will just begin a new gaming series instead of doing shiny hunts in a few weeks. Because in a few weeks I'm gonna run out of shinies anyway, or I'm gonna run out of shinies that are good to hunt on stream, instead of like handheld. Because there are some shinies where I want to hunt them in handheld just because of how like boring and difficult they are and stuff. Yeah. Come on. Come on. I hope I haven't saved my game accidentally. But I think someone did say like 5 minutes left, and we are at like 5 minutes left. So maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. But I think this is going to be a hard one to spot, in all honesty. That's kind of why I might want to wait for like an outbreak, or like wait for an outbreak, or just do this in handheld or something. It's going to be easier. But anyway, let's spend the remaining part of this shiny hunt and our next shiny hunt talking about Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Now, don't worry, I won't get like too specific about it. One, so as not to spoil story stuff, but then also just to keep it general, because I'll talk about like, you know, just about it in like a gaming point in general, the way that I did about Fire Emblem. And it's like, you know, it had this important decision, but it didn't like make that very clear, and so that's like a very universally like relatable thing, and I'll do the same with Xenoblade, don't worry. Hang on. Nope, that's just lighting. Yeah, I don't know, something's funny with the lighting at the minute. I don't know what it is. Okay, Bark. So, Blitzle. It's a name you should know. Let's see what we got. Okay, you're more Blitzle. And then we got like a whole bunch of Blitzles here that all look the same. At least from like a color perspective, like the black and white. I don't think any of them were slightly blue. It's just weird. Some of these, when you like walk up to them, like they kind of look like maybe they could be something else, but then when you're like right next to them, it's like, no, I think that is just black and white. But it's like, eh. Like for some reason, like they all just sort of look dark, like from a distance here, and it's only when you get right up close to them, you're like, oh, okay, yep, that's black and white. That's black and white. That's a deerling. It's not even a zebra or a zebra, depending on where you're from. Yeah, okay. But no, Xenoblade 3. Xenoblade 3 was fantastic. I don't know how to rank the Xenoblade games. Because, here's the thing. I played Xenoblade 1 and X back in 2015 and 2016, right? So a long time ago now. Like a long time ago to be able to really super duper realistically compare them to Xenoblade Chronicles, to compare them to Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3, which I've both played in the last half a year. So I've got like 2 Xenoblade games I played like almost a decade ago, and then I've got 2 Xenoblade games I played in the last 6 months. So it's like the ones I played in the last 6 months, I remember really well. I mean, there's a bunch of like 2 that I've now forgotten, but, you know, but nevertheless, you know, it's way fresher in my memory. So it's very hard to compare the like 4 games with one another. I remember back in the day, I did sort of say that I preferred X to the original game. I don't know how I'd feel about that now though, just because I do sort of like the sort of linear, big open space, like big open spaces, but ultimately linear Xenoblade 1 versus the you know, sort of open world nature of Xenoblade Chronicles X, because X had this whole... X was like an open world game, and the story was like very kind of like opt-in, and it was a good story. It probably is the least compelling of the 4 stories, and having the whole like open world, like, you can just do the story kind of like whenever, like didn't, you know, probably doesn't like help that either kind of thing. But Oh, Lithera, hi! Welcome, 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 welcome. Lovely to see you. Welcome back. We're hunting for Blitzle at the minute. This is a Pokemon we've repeatedly not had good luck with, but maybe now that you are here... Oh, never mind. The sandwich has run out. We need to reset the game. Okay, well, that was unfortunate, but we now need to figure out another Pokemon to get. So what Pokemon are we going to get now if we couldn't get Blitzle? If we couldn't get Blitzle, I think we should go with my previous hunch. My previous idea, I do think this is probably better for like shiny hunting on my own, but I think we should do this for the lols and the memes. I think we should go for a ground type sandwich. And hunt for Diglett and Drillbur. I am going to just check the Chargestone Cavern place or whatever. Chargestone Cavern, Cerebi. No, not the cave. I want the cavern. Not Chargestone Cave, Chargestone Cavern. Okay, let's just have a quick look at all our Pokemon here and see which of the... Okay, so Drillbur's a ground type and Excadrill. And... Oh, there are no Digletts? Oh. Oh, no, there's Golurk and Golurk. Oh, that sucks. No. No. Why is everywhere where there's Drillbur, there's Golurk and Golurk? No, I was really excited about that. Well, hang on, where do you get Diglett? Is Diglett in the fire cave then? Is that where Diglett is? Hang on, I'm just going to get a map up of where Drillbur spawns and then where Golurk spawns, because I want to see if their maps are identical. But I need to like compare them side by side. But I want Drillbur for reasons that maybe I can explain in a minute. Right, hang on. Right. Map number 1, map number 2. Are there any places where... Oh, hang on. Huh. Okay. There are possibly... There's possibly a spot where Drillbur spawns. And like cave, wasteland, rocky area. I wonder if that's like a bamboo thing. Sorry to I tell you what, do I really want to go for this though? Maybe the answer is yes. Is there anything better? I'm sorry to do this. I didn't because who have we got, right? Fairy type, there's Cottony and Comfey. We've already done Cottony. Bug type, we could do bug type and go for Joltik, but then there are no other bug types, and Joltik is kind of hard to spot. Poison, we could go for Poison and go for Oddish, because I've never gone for Oddish. The only problem with Oddish is that it's not the only poison type in the area. There's like Grimers and stuff, so we could end up getting shiny Grimers, which we may not really want because I've already got shiny Grimers. We could do like a grass type sandwich to try and get Cottony and Oddish. I don't think I really need to have Dealing, but and maybe even like a Grookey. But again, we could end up getting things like Executes and Exegutors, which I don't really want. We've done Shincho, who I can actually remove from this list. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Joltik and Blitzle, again, like Joltik we haven't done, Blitzle we just did and failed. Diglett, Excadrill, and Skarmory. Because we could try and hunt for like Excadrill, but I think anywhere Drillbur appears, Excadrill does as well. So we kind of want to do that. Again, Skarmory could be better. We could go for Cranidos, because that was a thing we said earlier. And Cranidos is quite easy to spot. Maybe we could go for some of those trickier ones next week. And then we could go for Cranidos right now. Does that maybe sound like a plan? Because I know where Cranidos spawns. I can do that right now. Like, I don't need to research it or faff around being like, oh, maybe we'll check this area instead. I'm also just going to deal with the cat. We are back with people who look like things. If you understood that reference, kudos. Yeah, there's no Diglett in Chargestone Cavern. I think that it must be in like the Fire Cavern or something like that, and I just got confused. Because specifically I'm talking about the Alolan Diglett, not the regular Diglett, but Alolan. But I was hoping I could do like Alolan Diglett and Drillbur in like the same area, but I don't think they do spawn in the... Actually, well, let me just check where Diglett spawn. Because if Alolan Diglett spawns in a place where it's supposedly the same as the same as Drillbur, then hey, I'll go for it. But I have an awful feeling that that they spawn in like the east of the dome. Why is it not showing Diglett in the... I think there's an issue with the Cerebi map. Because I think it's trying to show the regular Diglett, but it's not showing the Alolan Diglett, if that makes sense. It's not showing up on the Terranium, but it is... Diglett is in the Terranium. Okay, right. Quick tangent to the plan. We're going to just very quickly go to the cavern and see if we see any Digletts. We're just going to run around for like 2 minutes, see if we see a Diglett. Then, if Diglett spawns in here, then we'll go get... OBS Studio disconnected. Uh-oh. If anything happens, I apologize. I didn't do anything, but I apologize. We'll just see if Diglett spawns in this cavern area. I think it spawns in like the fire cave, so I think it's more like in the summer part of the Terranium with all the summer dealing and stuff. Okay, well, it says OBS is reconnected now. I don't know what any of that means. If anything happened with the stream there, I apologize. Right, Meteor! Right, let's go down, down, down to the bottom of the sea. And then we'll quickly do this. No, maybe Diglett only appears in, like, the Fire Cavern place, and then that's why... Okay. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. It's annoying, because Drillbur... I think I could get Excadrill quite easily with, like, a Steel-type sandwich, but Drillbur's a bit more of a pain, just because I think it doesn't spawn anywhere super... I don't think it spawns anywhere super duper specific to, like, just the one place. I will just check one thing. I just want to check the one place on the map where it said that Drillbur spawns. Like, it's like, oh, Drillbur spawns here, but, like, Golett doesn't. And I think it's this cave right here. Oh, no, it's not, because that's not a cave. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. It said Drillbur. If I can find Drillbur. Where's Drillbur? Where are you? Okay, hang on. Drillbur. It says there's, like, 2 spots kind of around this area. Near, like, this, like... Oh, no, actually, no, it's more over here, isn't it? Let's just set a marker and see where this takes us. And then, if not, we'll do Cranidos, okay? I won't faff around with this too much. I just want to investigate how possible this is. Because if we could hunt for Drillbur, that'd be pretty fun. But hunting for a Drillbur might be something to do off-screen. Aha! This cave. Tyrogue. Chat, permission to make a sandwich and see if drill bursts spawn in this cave. And if they do, this could be an interesting shiny hunt. Permission to sandwich? I mean, I'm going to do it anyway because there's like a 10-second delay and we're running out of time here. But, hang on. Why have I got... I've got Ceruledge instead of Meowscarada? Oh, good golly gosh. Should have had you instead of Armor Rouge. Okay. Granted. Yay, thank you, chat. Oh, audio loop. Crud. Hold on. Let me see. I never remember how to do that. Is it this? And then... Right, hang on 1 second. There we go. Hopefully that will help. Okay. Or if there were any issues, they should hopefully have gone now. Okay. Right, what we're going to do then. Okay, hang on. So we're going to... Permission to sandwich granted. Let's see if this works. If this works... There's probably like 9 YouTube videos saying the perfect spot to find Drillbur, and this is probably not original. But right. Let me just check. No, we can do... I know it's a ham sandwich. It's fine. Right, tomato, onion, green pepper, ham, and burger. And then we'll do spicy, because this is a trick and a half. Hopefully I saved the game 50 bajillion times. Okay. Right, tomato. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, like, ham 1 and ham 2, ham 3, ham 4, and then we're going to ham it in El Salvador. I don't know. Is that a song or is that just a thing Homer Simpson sang one time? Oop. Okay, nice. Okay, so then we've got like 1, 2, and we'll go 3. That's fine. And then we can just go onion. Okay, that was way more... I don't know why that second onion made everything jiggle so much, but hey, I'll take it. Insert clickbait thumbnail. Yes! It's not just a Drillbur, a shiny Drillbur. But yes, no. Okay, good. Right, here we go. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this crazy idea... Because this does work in some caves for some Pokemon, and it is how I've gotten some shinies. Shiny Alolan Vulpix. There's a cave where this works as Shiny Alolan Vulpix. Shiny Alolan Vulpix is such a pain, though, to spot. Like, even when they're all lined up, you still can't really tell whether they're different or whatever. But okay. Let's see what we got here, and let's see if we can get some Drillburs. Okay, so Sparkling and Encounter, that's exactly what we wanted, just what I needed. And then let's see what we got. Oh, those are Drillburs. Those are Drillburs. Are we going to get a lot of Drillburs? Like if I run over here, and then stand here, and then I turn around? Okay, well, like 3 Drillburs spawned. Again, if this... Well, no, okay. Here's the thing. We're almost at 3 o'clock now. So... If in like 15 minutes we're like, this isn't working, we'll make Cranidos our for the love of Nelly. We'll make Cranidos the first shiny we get next week, and we'll figure out a way to hunt for Drillbur or whatever, okay? But okay, we might just have to resort to picnic method here, though, actually, in all honesty. Hang on. I think the trick to this is you walk in, like, very slowly. Oh, Scyther! Right, this Scyther's got permission to scythe the Scyther. Good golly gosh. I should have taught this thing triple axle, but I don't know which move to replace. There you go. Oh my good golly gosh. That Scyther. What is it with like animals that like begin with an S sound and end with an sound? So like Sylar, Scyther, like were they just menaces to democracy? Right, hang on, let me... Come on, attack him! Don't just get them, stand there! If you understood that reference, kudos. There's not much space. What do you mean there's not much space? There's like a whole room of space. Oh, for the love of... Hang on. I just wonder if it's like a ceiling space. Yeah, it's a ceiling space thing. We're currently hunting Droba. But yeah, we'll play around with this for like 15, 20, like all the, 30 minutes. And then we'll see if we can get Drobas to spawn. Hang on, so like 1, 2. Because with the Vulpix, it was really annoying. It was like, if you like sort of stepped like here, like on the right-hand side, you'd get a load of them spawning. But I don't know if we're destined to only get like 3 Drobas at a time spawn. That's not really good enough. But I also don't want to go like a whole extra hour, a whole extra half hour for like Cranidoses. Then again, we have only been going 3 minutes, so let's just see if this works. Let's just see if like doing a bit of inny outy, lefty righty yields us any success. Oh, there's an Excadrill. There's 2 Okay, that's not helpful. No, this seems to be a bit of a bust, doesn't it, chat? Unfortunately, like if we could set up a picnic at like the opening, this would work like really well. But I don't really know if this works. I'm just gonna like hug this wall, and because one thing as well is turning away, like rotating the camera away, often like helps. See, like there's one. Hang on, I'm gonna go in this corner. What we're gonna do? Hang on. We're gonna like run around the cave whilst like not really looking at the inner contents of the cave. We should have just done Cranidos. I apologize. Okay, so like there's 2 there, but yeah, this just isn't like, I don't know why this cave isn't really working, because it's massive. This worked way better for like the Vulpix thing, by the way. I just want to like make that clear. Like for the Vulpix, you would get like a whole like 15 of them or so, and it's like, I don't know if it's because there's just like a load of Tyrogues, and I don't know if it's just because there's all these Pokemon here. Like maybe if we got rid of all these Pokemon, like maybe that would like help spawn in. Like maybe if we have Meowscarada like attack all the stuff outside the cave, we'll get a load of Drillburs in the cave, if that makes sense. But then there's 3, and it's like, hi 3 Drillbur, how's it hanging? Do we call this it? Do we call this a limp ending to the stream, or do we go for Cranidos, where we are also statistically likely to not succeed either? What do we do here, chat? I will leave it up to you. I don't feel so hungry or tired that I can't go another half hour, but we do need to kind of make this decision, like right here, right now. I can't remember how many shinies I've got, so I can't tell you. I think it's because there are all these Pokemon here, honestly. Like, if I had to guess anything, it would be it's because there's just, like, a bajillion Pokemon here. Hang on, I'm going to just see if slowly we can do this. Look, now they're spawning on the right-hand side. I mean, it'd be so funny if, like, we're only spawning 3 at a time, but then, like, a shiny one appears anyway. I'm just going to try the picnic thing very quickly. I do just want to see if the picnic thing works, because if we can despawn them... Hang on, I'm just going to, like, despawn... Right, walk this way. Slowly walk this way. And then we'll turn the camera that way. We'll turn the camera this way. Hang on. Okay, so like, we got 4 this time, but yeah, that's just not really good enough, is it? This method does work for other shinies. It does work for the Vulpix if you go to the correct cave, but this ain't working. This isn't working. I didn't talk about Xenoblade, so we'll do the Cranidos, we'll hunt the extra half hour, let's go. So yeah. Well, the thing about the Cranidos is it's like once we begin, like we will be going the full half an hour. I don't want to waste the set. Well, you know, I don't want to waste the sandwich. Plus, I might get the chance to show off the Lycanroc thing. So I won't just like go for like, if we do Cranidos, I'm not just going to go for like 15 minutes. But I didn't talk about Xenoblade, so that's good enough reason. So let's talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 3. No, it was a superb game. I don't know how to rank it, like I was saying. And one of the things is, I was kind of really hoping it would be like the ultimate culmination of all of them and really kind of perfect all the different aspects of them. But it did kind of have like some of its flaws. Like one thing that was sort of weird, which I kind of discussed last week, was it has this really weird balance between like side content versus main content. Like, there's a bunch of things in the main content that don't really need to be there, or that kind of feel like padding almost. But what's really weird is you be thinking, oh, did they like make a big world, but then they didn't really like fill it with a whole lot of stuff. And it's like, well, no, like there are all these like brilliant and amazing missions and stuff like that, but they're just not part of like the main game. They're like optional. And like, and when I say like there are these things that are optional, like, they have, like, fully animated cutscenes and, like, voices and stuff like that. And there are some bits in the main game that don't have that. And I almost wonder if they, like, made a load of stuff and they didn't know, like, if they, like, made a load of stuff, but then they didn't know, like, how to, but, like, which stuff they were going to put in as the main story. So if they, like, they kind of came up with the content, but then didn't necessarily know all the story they were going to tell to weave it all together. I know that sounds a bit weird, but like, it sort of almost feels like that is what they did. Right, I'm just checking what sandwich I want to make here. Because this sandwich is a chunky sandwich, I am going to do like the shortcut sandwich where we do have to use one of our, salty Herba Mysticas. So, ooh, we're down to 4 now. But that's okay. We use the Kevin pick, but this is why we do the salt here, because look how chunky this is. If we had 2 of these, if we had like, well, 6 of these sort of thing is what I mean. But if we had 6 of these, and you had like the lettuce and the onion and the pepper as well as the burger, like it would barely all balance. So I don't mind doing this for like one final rock type sandwich. I don't mind this at all. But let's get a picture of Cranidos up, even though I really like, I don't think I have the best visual memory or whatever, but like this is one where I know exactly what this looks like. Like just like even down to like the shade of red. But yeah. So let's go for the Cranidos whilst I talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So yeah, so they had this weird thing with like side content and main content, and I'll give you an example of a thing in main content where you would think like, one thing I'll just say about the game as well, sparkling title, encounter excellent. So one weird thing about the game is, so originally in 2023, right, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was due to release in September, and Splatoon 3 was supposed to release in July, right? So Splatoon July, Xenoblade September, okay? But then, at one point, Nintendo flipped the schedule. And they gave Xenoblade the earlier release date, and Splatoon the later one. And that kind of made you think, oh, maybe, like, Xenoblade has just been, like, ready forever. And so, look at all these Cranidos. You're like, oh, well, maybe, like, Xenoblade has just been, like, ready forever. But, like, and so they're like, well, with Splatoon, we don't know whether it'll, you know, how well it'll get done on time or not. So let's just release, let's do the Splatoon later and Xenoblade earlier. But there are aspects of 3 where it does almost feel like maybe it was rushed. Like, maybe it was sort of one of those things where they're like, hey, you guys are better and faster at making video games than the Splatoon people. Would you mind taking the earlier slot? And it's like, crud. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. And then, you know, it's like, we can't do this in time or whatever. I don't know. But, like, I'll give you one random example of, like, a thing where it does feel a bit padded in, like, the story, right? So throughout the game, there are numerous bits where you have some kind of cutscene or some kind of moment, and the characters will sort of be like, let's rest up for the night, and then tomorrow we'll continue the adventure, right? And we'll go stop at that rest stop that's over there. The camera angle changes onto the rest stop. Like, we'll go to that camp spot there and we'll rest up for the night, and then tomorrow we'll continue heading to whatever destination we're going to. So that's and then what you do is you go back to the gameplay, you go to the rest stop, you hit the OK button, and that's what you go to the rest stop place. You hit rest, and it's like, if you hit rest, you'll advance the story, and that's what it does. And this is a thing that's implemented multiple times throughout the game. It's like a nice simple thing where it kind of establishes a cutscene. It kind of wants to set the cutscene like at night, but then like it wants to set the next cutscene in the morning or whatever. And it's a nice way for you to be able to like keep on playing the game if you so wish, but without having to necessarily endure like two cutscenes both at the same time, sort of thing. So it's like it kind of breaks up the cutscenes. It's like you can play a bit more if you want, but if you do just want to advance the story, then just to hit this button. And we liked thematically these characters talking at nighttime, but then the next day talking during the daytime, whatever kind of thing, right? So that's all cool. That's all fair. That's all good. It's a good system. There is this one part of the game where you go to a prison, and you have to basically execute a prison break. You have to have a prison break. You have to like get a prisoner out of the prison. There's a very important character who isn't remotely annoying in any way at all, and you have to rescue this character and bust them out of prison. And so this is a thing you have to do. And what you do is, like, you arrive at the prison, you talk to the inmates, right? And then, and you find the character you want and stuff like that. And, there's a lot of cutscenes, a lot of talking and all that kind of stuff. And that's all cool and good and fair and fine and lovely and wonderful. And then, and they say, during, like, the cutscene, they're like, okay, there's, like, this thing that's happening in 3 days. When that thing happens in 3 days, that'll be when we can bust out of here, right? Like, the guards will be distracted, they'll be busy. That's when we can break out of here, in 3 days. Okay, 3 days, got it. So how would you then think, a game that kind of has taken the approach that I already explained to you, how do you think that they would deal with the blah 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 3 days, just keep your heads low for the next 3 days? Right, well, you just have something where, like, you go to a rest spot and hit advance the story or something, right? Or you just go into another cutscene and be like, okay, it's 3 days later, here's the breakout, right? Like, it would be one of those things, right? Like, that's what they're doing, that's what you're setting us up for, right, Beau? No. For some reason, it's like, oh, you gotta keep your head low for 3 days, just pretend you're prisoners, kind of thing. You wake up and it's like, right, okay, here's day one, go do a bunch of like menial prison labor stuff, like collecting items. It's like, what? Hang on, I'm actually just gonna go and run around like collecting items. Yep, that's what you do. Okay. That kind of feels a bit paddy and unnecessary. But okay, so you then go do it, and then it's like, okay, good, that's a good day one, go get some rest. It's like, okay, are we now gonna do the prison break? And you know the answer's gonna be no, because you move on to day two. We have to like battle an enemy or whatever. And then you battle an enemy, and then you like go back to the prison, and then the prison's like, no, you need to go back to your enemy. So then you like walk out a bit more, and then you talk to some characters, and then they're like, no, go back in the prison. And that was weird as well. But yeah. But then you finally get to day three, and then you start doing menial. I think you should like kind of start doing a bit of menial labor. I don't know, but basically it's sort of you do a bit of stuff, and then it all kicks in. But it's such a weird thing, and I don't know why they did that. And again, if you could say, well, they clearly needed to pad things out, or they ran out of time, or whatever. But it's like, but they had this other content that they could have just put in. Like, the other content is in the game. There are already these amazing stories with amazing cutscenes, and that thematically are good and that work with the story and everything. And, like, yeah, but they didn't do that, and I don't know why, and it's just very weird. Okay, hang on, let's just see. Have you listened to a song called Big Rock Candy Mountains? Nope, never even heard of it. Oh no, you guys have got the Ditto blocks, I know. Oh, that's really unlucky. But yeah, let's see. Okay, cool. So that was just very weird. But again, they have all this other content, and then there are bits later on in the game where like characters kind of briefly appear in the main story, and then like nothing really happens. But they have all this amazing like side story content, and yeah, it's just very. Again, I don't know if they maybe planned for something bigger, and then they had to be like, oh, we'll just make this like side content or whatever. But, and again, towards the end of the game, there's this sort of like this fetch quest thing where it's like, oh, you have to go to like 6 different regions, 6 different areas to like pick up, to like sort of to find this material that we can use to build a thing, and we're going to build a thing, and it's like, okay. But it's sort of weird because the stuff that you do it's fairly standard. Just you beat an enemy, go to a particular spot and pick it up off the floor. But it's really weird because each of the 6 main characters has like an ascension quest where you can like power them up even more. And it's really weird because like Noah and Mio, they're kind of like the main 2 of the 6 characters. Their ascension quest stories are part of the main game. They're like incorporated into the main game. But the other characters' ones are just optional. And I sort of feel like that was a missed opportunity to be like, well, hang on, if you have like these like 6 things that you need to get, why not have like the 6 ascension quests? Like that would have fit really perfectly. And again, they have all these like brilliant cutscenes and characters and throwbacks and references to things that happen to the characters already and stuff like that. Like that makes a whole load of sense. And yeah, it was just sort of weird. So I don't really know what was up with all that. And it was just very odd. But so that was weird. And then the other thing as well, just like my Xenoblade peeps, like if like Xander's there, well, I know Kevin left, but like a thing that was weird, there were like 2 or 3 game functions that I did not utilize at all. One was I didn't do like any of the challenge battle things from the DLC because I just don't really care about the battles at all, so I just didn't like do them. So that's thing number 1. I didn't do any of them because I don't get me wrong, I like the battles, but I don't really care about just doing like endless battles. I already feel like the main game kind of has enough like battles to. Thing number 2 is this game. I was like always like very over leveled for like a long time in the game. I was like over leveled, and a thing I found, and I don't know how well I'm going to be able to explain this, but hopefully you'll understand what I mean and be like, yeah, no, I get what you mean. Or you might be like, yeah, I was the same. Or you might be like, I get what you're saying. I wasn't the same, but I get what you're saying. But like, in this game, I feel like the Xenoblade combat, there are like sort of 2 elements to it, right? So there's one, like your input and what you do, so like you assemble your team, you create your moves, and generally you're going to set up some kind of like Xenoblade has this like sequence of effects that you kind of want to pull off. There's like break, topple, launch, and smash. There's also like break, topple, daze, and burst, but I like never use that one. I would get to daze, but I never used burst. I just didn't like have anyone who had it or anything. But anyway, Bark. But the thing that, and for those of you who play Pokemon, it would be a bit like sort of, okay, you want to like use Hypnosis and then Dream Eater, like that kind of a thing, right? So you kind of have these little like combos that you kind of want to try and do. And that's something where, so I'll kind of like set up my team so that I have the combo, and I have a couple of other things. Like, I will kind of personalize my team a little bit, and when I battle, and like the battling system's really good because you're like, right, okay, I'll get my little combo off, like my break, topple, launch combo, and then I'll do my fusion attacks, and then I'll do some interlinking, and then I'll be all charged up for a chain attack. Like, that's all really good. Like, so on my part, it has a good system that's fun, where you kind of like, you build up to the first thing, and then you want to build up to the next thing, and then you want to build up to the next thing. And so that's all really good. That's all really fun. That's all really satisfying. But the problem is that the other half of combat... There we go! Shiny! Shiny! Woo! Don't disappear. No, it disappeared. Where'd it go? Hang on. Okay, there we go. See, we said that talking about Xenoblade inhibits shiny hunting, but no, it really doesn't. Okay. I believe I do already have shiny Cranidos. I probably should check. I should check my Pokemon Home, shouldn't I? Just to check that I do have a shiny... Because I believe I have, like, I had shiny Cranidos and Shieldon. I just need, like, one more of each. If we have a shiny Cranidos already... then we'll like hunt for shiny Lycanroc. Because I don't think I need any other rock types. I really don't think I need any other rock types. Like, I really do have like every rock type I can shiny hunt for in this game. But yeah, anyway, Bug. But like, so hang on, let me just look for my Pokemon. Hang on, all Pokemon. No, how do I search on this thing? I never remember how to search on this silly thing. Here we go. Pokemon name, Cran, and then Cranidos. Okay, so I do have a shiny in Pokemon Home already, and it was like from Pokemon Go, and yeah. Okay, so cool. This is a second one. Nice. So we can hunt for shiny Lycanroc. Would you guys like to see how to hunt for shiny Lycanroc? Let's do that. Although I will just check the rock types that are available in the game. We'll just check, just to, you know, super duper make sure that I'm not, like, wasting the sandwich. Okay, so hang on. There's Hisuian, Growlithe, and Arcanine. I have those. I have Geodude, both normal and Alolan. There's Rhydon and Rhyhorn and Rhyperior. I have all them. I have Sudowoodo and Bonsly. I have Macargo. I do have Macargo, right? Yeah, no, I have Macargo. That was some Ultra Wormhole. Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar. I have all those. Nosepass, I have those. And Probopass. I have shiny Regirock even. Cranidos and Rampardos, tick. Shieldon and Bastiodon, as of 2 weeks ago or whatever, tick. I already mentioned Bonsly, I already mentioned Rhyperior, I already mentioned Probopass. Arceus, I don't have a shiny Arceus. Do you want to hunt for a rock-type Arceus, I guess? But like, Carbink was one that I did using the going in and out of the cave method. But I have that because it worked. That's how I know it works. Hisuian Avalugg, I got one of those from Arceus. Diancie, it's a legendary. I can't hunt for that. I mean, do you want to go get Diancie and Arceus? And then the Rockruff line, and then Minior. We got Minior. I got Dreadnought. I got the Roly-Coly line. I've done that like on stream. I got Stonejourner. I got Cleavor. I've got Knackley, Knacklestack, and Garganicle. I've got Clorf. I've got Glimmet and Glimora. I've got Iron Thorns. I did that on a whole Violet Paradox Pokemon series. And Ogerpon and Iron Boulder you can't get. So yeah, I literally have like every rock type that you can get. So let's hunt for Lycanrocs. Let me show you the 2 places where you can hunt for them, and maybe if we're lucky, the time will change from like day to night or something, and then we can hopefully the time will change from like day to night, and we can hunt for. Wouldn't it be funny if we hunt for a shiny Lycanroc and we catch a nighttime Lycanroc? Because we evolved one earlier, but now we could just catch one. Oh, hang on. This actually looks quite evening-y. I don't know if it is. But look, so here's Lycanroc. So if we go here, as you can see, there's like a bajillion Lycanrocs. How many times... Okay, we have 16 minutes left on the sandwich. But this is it. You go to this Pokemon Center here, and you kind of just run around in this area here. And as you can see, the only rock type that is spawning is Lycanroc. And they're blue. When they're shiny, it should be quite easy to spot. The only reason you would miss it is just because you just literally don't see it. But in terms of if you're looking at a Lycanroc and you're like, is this Lycanroc shiny? Like, you'll know. Like, you will absolutely know. So there we go. But yeah, and so at the minute, because it's daytime, we've got the daytime Lycanroc appearing. We have 16 minutes left on the sandwich. I don't know how many minutes of daytime are left in terms of gameplay, because I think the game goes on like 32-minute day and night cycles or something. I can't remember. Like, I think it's like 32 minutes is daytime, 32 minutes nighttime, something like that. So I'm not sure, but we're gonna just enjoy running around aimlessly and see if we can find some Lycanrocs. Although the other place, this is one place, although this, I don't really feel like this was the best place. The other place, oh no, actually maybe it was, I think maybe like around here or like up here, there were Lycanrocs. Maybe I'll keep going north for a bit. We'll see how far we can travel and spot Lycanrocs. But yeah, it was this kind of northeasty Glaciado mountain. Oh yeah, no, they're here as well. Okay, we'll see how far we can go. But my favorite Lycanrocs are, it's like the Dusk form is my favorite from Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the one that Ash had. And then I'm so glad Ash got one of them, because I like really loved them, and I was like, oh, the Ash is getting one, that's so cool. And then the lighting is so weird here. I just want to point out, look. Oh, no. Wow. Some of these look different from the others, I promise you. Oh, hang on, look. Oh, it's getting a bit dusky. It's getting a bit dusk Lycanrocky. So, look, we'll see if we can... So, the sun looks like it is setting. And it's got, like, that's like, all three Lycanrocs are really good, because they're all... Oh, look, dusk Lycanroc. So, like, this is how you get dusk Lycanroc. You make a rock sandwich as the sun is setting. And if you are shiny hunting for Lycanroc, check the time on your Switch. So 3:21. You would want to like set, like, obviously you'd like, you know, make a picnic or something before doing this, right? Well, no, you'd save your game before making a picnic. But what you do is you save your game, make a picnic, and then, you know, shiny hunt. And then whenever it's like dusk time, you set your Switch to that time. So like 3:21 is like the time that, you know, it changed to dusk, right? So we would change our clock to 3:21. So basically, you hunt for like 3 minutes. At like 3:24, these Lycanrocs are going to stop appearing, and we're going to start seeing the nighttime one. But then when that happens, you just turn your game off, you close your game down, and then you change the time to 3:21 on your Switch, and then you boot up your game again. I don't really know what happens, but basically your game kind of like syncs up the time of your Switch with the time of the real, you know, like the in-game time with like Switch time kind of thing. So even though like the game does have these like 32-minute long days, those 32 minutes are very much attached to the time on your Switch. So yeah, if I wanted to if I wanted to just hunt these and only these, in a couple of minutes when we start seeing dusk Lycanrocs, I would turn off the game, I would change the time to 3:21 p.m., and then I'd boot the game back up again. And it will keep being like dusk as long as you do that. So like you get to 3:21, you boot up the game, play it for 3 minutes. If you don't get a shiny, turn it off, change the time to 3:21, go again. Now 3:21 is just particular to me. These times do change and vary, so don't just change your clock to like 3:21. It just really depends. But what you have to do essentially is you play your game, you play your Pokemon game, and then you pay attention to when it all gets orangey and pinky like this. And when that happens, that's when you want to basically set the clock for like, say, like a minute before that, so that you could, so maybe you want to go 3:20, and if we changed it to 3:20, you could then boot up your game, quickly make the rock type sandwich, which is like bacon, salty Herba Mystica, sour Herba Mystica, quickly make that sandwich, and then that's how you do it. But yeah, it's getting dark now, so we're gonna start losing these guys in a minute. But still, this has been fun. I'm glad I got to show off how to. And even if you don't want a shiny, but you want a dusk form Lycanroc. Oh, there you go. There's a nighttime one. So let's switch to nighttime now. So yeah, we would turn this off. We'd press X to close the game. We'd go into our settings. We'd go down to here. We'd go system. We go. Oh, hang on. Where was the date and time? I've got mine on. Turn that off, the synchronize, and then you go down and then you change the time. You change it to like 3:20 so that you'd have enough time to make a sandwich, and then that's how that works. So I hope that helps. I hope that makes sense. So if you do want a shiny hunt for a Dusk Lycanroc, or if you just want to catch a Dusk Lycanroc, then all you need to do is just, if you're in Paldea, because the time. Also, one thing as well, day and night in Paldea is different than day and night in Kitakami and in the Blueberry Academy. They're all different from one another. So like, if you're in the Blueberry Academy and you're like, oh, it's dusk time, I'll go catch a Dusk Lycanroc, that doesn't work. It has to be daytime it has to be like day going on night in Paldea for this to work. It's a Paldea specific time. But if you just want a dusk form Lycanroc, you don't even care about the shiny, just go to Paldea like during the daytime, play your game for a while, and then when you notice that it's starting to turn to evening, rush to this location. You might maybe save your game, rush and pay attention to the real world time, but then just rush to this location, make a rock type sandwich, so like a bacon sandwich or whatever, and then something that will give you like a rock type encounter power. So like as you can see, I've got like encounter power rock. Just up the encounter power, go to this spot here, like sort of northeast of the Glaciado Mountain. There's a little Pokemon Center. If you make a rock type sandwich, only Lycanrocs will appear, and if you're doing it when like the sky is all orangey and pink, you will get the dusk form Lycanrocs appear, and catch a couple of them, and then you can breed them and give little Rockruffs to friends and stuff. You might need to make it hold an item so it keeps the ability. I can't remember, like an Everstone or something. But yeah, but it's the best way to get a dusk form Lycanroc in this game. I don't really know how you get the like sort of the dusk form Rockruffs kind of thing. Like I think it's just like random. Whereas if you do this, if you go to this specific spot at dusk time with a rock type sandwich activated, and it doesn't have to be shiny rock sandwich, just a rock boosting sandwich. Hang on, if I just check the... Oh no, I can't check. I won't check my ingredients, but if you check your recipe book and there's like a sandwich for like rock encounter level 2 or rock encounter level 1, just do that and then go here and you'll get duskform Lycanrocs, as you saw, and there were like a bajillion of them. So the only difference between your ones and my ones, if you just do a regular rock type sandwich versus my one, is my ones all had a high shiny boost. So but I am Mr. Gold, you're back. You just missed all the Lycanrocs, the duskform Lycanrocs. But yeah, we just got a shiny Cranidos, so we don't really like need any other rock types. So I just thought I'd show everyone how you can potentially get a shiny duskform Lycanroc yourself, because it's a rare one. Oh, for the love of Nelly, I did not run into that. Ah, you got the blueberry quest for Minccino. Interesting. I'm glad you're able to coordinate with one another, because it's hard if you don't. If you can't coordinate with one another, it's hard. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So we've got like 9 minutes left. I will just take this moment to say, okay, I don't know why Vespiquen is appearing. That's very random. I will just take this moment to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Again, I'm sorry that we are just perpetually doing shiny streams and that we will for a couple more weeks. But in a few weeks, maybe we will start a new project. I don't know if we'll do like the big projects that I said to myself that I would do this year. Actually, there's a reason why I might not do them for a little while longer. But maybe we could do a slightly shorter game to kick things off with, and then once I get some stuff out the way, we can kind of carry on with this year as I had initially planned, before the possibility of striking came into the the picture, but we'll have to see how that goes. It's just a theory, a game theory. But yeah, as to what we'll play. But anyway, Bark, there are a lot of Lichen Rocks here, so maybe you could even just get the Duskform Lichen Rock on this patch of grass, because this is all nice and flat, so you can like just kind of run and see them for miles. But yeah, but I hope that little Dusk Lichen Rock guide was helpful. Unfortunately, it didn't like work right here, but it's what worked for me like 2 days ago. So Xenoblade 3. So, thank you all for joining me, and that's just an update on streams and stuff. And then let's talk about Xenoblade 3 again. So, Xenoblade 3, fantastic game. I loved the story. The acting was really good. Like, it was a really deep, it was a very heavy story, but like, but it was a very good and it was a very clever story. And the thing that impressed me about Xenoblade 2 was I was so impressed by how it kind of created this sort of Xenoblade-like world that was very Xenoblade-y, but that still had its own unique identity and unique rules. But, oh yeah, but then this is why this bit's a bit awkward, because you have to like climb up the mountain, and then you might not be able to see them. But then, so you've got this very Xenoblade-y world, but it also has like its own unique identity and kind of like still stands out kind of thing. It has its own rules and laws and quirks and things that are unique to it. And then as well, but then in addition to that, you do get to this point where like at the end of the game where you're like, okay, this is all cool, but like, and there are things that are similar to the first game, but how does it actually connect to the first game? Like, how is it like Xenoblade Chronicles 2? If Xenoblade Chronicles was Xenoblade Chronicles 1, how is this Xenoblade Chronicles 2? And then you like at the end of the game it reveals how like the two games connect, and it's like so clever and so good. And it's like, oh, that's brilliant, I love it. And Xenoblade 3 does a similar thing where it's this unique world with its own sort of identity and rules and sort of story. It's not kind of, where a Pokemon game is like, you have to go and get 8 badges and then beat the Elite Four kind of thing. It's like, that's the exact sort of same thing, but just sort of, but with like different people filling those roles. But with Xenoblade 3, it's once again kind of like, no, this world has its own rules, and you'll spot a bunch of like, throwbacks and references to Xenoblade 1 and 2. And it's all, and so that will kind of like keep you hooked if you played those first 2 games. You'll be like, oh my gosh, like what is going on? But then eventually, you get to that point where you see how it all connects together. Why this is Xenoblade 3, why it's not just a sequel to 1 and it's not just a sequel to 2, but a sequel to both, and that's really clever. And now I'm playing through the DLC, which supposedly will kind of like enhance that even further, which I'm really interested to see. But I am only like 3 hours into the DLC so far, so which I'll talk about the DLC in a minute, but like my little experience with it so far. So oh yeah, with Xenoblade 3 though, just a couple of things where, so like I said, it was a bit weird with like how it prioritized like main and side content, and it sort of felt like there was some stuff that was like superfluous or kind of wasteful. And I will just say one thing, there are a couple of things. Oh, I said about the combos and stuff. So yes, like you on your part doing your part of the combat, like there's a lot of cool fun stuff to get into. But, like, the enemies, I was always, like, so over-leveled that I never really had to pay any particular unique attention to the enemies. And, like, what I mean by that is, like, say if I had a Pokemon game where, like, every enemy I faced, I did, like, sleep powder, like, I put them to sleep and then I used Focus Punch. And say if that combo worked on, like, every enemy, maybe sometimes sleep powder misses, but otherwise it always works. But in reality, in Pokemon, you can't do that, because it's like, well, there are Pokemon who have an ability where they can't be put to sleep. There are Pokemon where they like will raise their accuracy, so then sleep powder might not work very well. There are Pokemon who are immune to Focus Punch. There are all kinds of ways around it. But with Xenoblade, it kind of just feels like I had my little combo, and I would just kind of do the same thing. every single time, and it's fun doing that. But I never really like had to strategize around a particular enemy. I never really had to like. It's like, okay, this boss has an attack where like they wipe out your whole team, or like, oh, this boss has like a thing where like he revives all his health once he hits a certain number. Like there just wasn't anything where I had to like strategize around a boss. There wasn't like, oh, this enemy is like weak to a particular element, so I'm gonna use that particular element, which is kind of a thing that you know was like sort of present in other games and stuff. So it's just this weird thing where I don't know, like it didn't really matter like the enemies I was facing. There were enemies where I could be like, oh, this enemy is like a bit bulkier, like it's taking me longer to beat this enemy, but there was no real like uniqueness to the enemies in a sense where they would do particular things where like I had to like I didn't ever have to battle in a different way to accommodate for an enemy. I never really paid attention to anything that enemies did. I don't know what any of their moves were called or what their moves really did because they never really did anything, and maybe it is just because I was over leveled, but in 2, you know, I had to like pay more attention to the enemies and what they were doing, and I'd have to be like, okay, I'm going to use like these enemies. I'm going to use these allies instead of this one. Like I'm going to switch up my allies here because maybe if I have like this like this extra fire element, like maybe that'll help me win or something like that, you know? Like Xenoblade 2 kind of had like a little bit of like a super effective system built in, which like 3 didn't. And we've only got 9 seconds left, but I'm not done talking about Xenoblade. So that is it. We didn't get any shiny Lycanrocs, except for the one we evolved at the start. Well, that kind of sucks. Okay. Well, I guess that's the end of the stream as well. Okay, well, thank you all so much for joining me. I'll just talk about Xenoblade for like another minute or two. Wondering if I've heard I'm full of beans yet. Many times already. He's very full of beans. It's a bit weird. Like, I will just say, one thing about the DLC, it's going to take me a bit to get used to the voices, just because the voices have kind of caught me off guard, or like some of them. The boy sort of has like quite a deep voice, weirdly, like it's sort of a bit deeper than I thought it was going to be, or something like that. It's kind of a bit like deep and look. I don't know. It kind of just caught me off guard a bit. I'm sure I'll love him, but his voice, like, and I haven't heard enough of his voice either. But it just, like, it was a bit sort of deeper or something than I was expected or whatever. And then Matthew, his voice caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting like Ali G, which I know might be a bit of a dated reference, but he's kind of sounds like Ali G or something like that, and it just wasn't really what I was expecting from like a Xenoblade game. So yeah, that was a bit of a weird one, but oh well. Go get your claunchers and gulpins and stunkies and skrelps if you haven't, okay? Like, connect online and do those things. But yeah, so the other thing about Xenoblade, two things I was so I sort of said, yeah, so I never really had to focus on like the enemies much. And then another thing as well was like it was weird. I never needed money. And when I say I never needed money, I was like, oh, did you get like loads of it so you just never had to worry about it? I was like, no, I never spent it. I never used it. I rarely bought anything. Like, it was so, like, in 2 I was like buying stuff all the time, but in 3 I just never like bought anything. And it was just kind of, yeah, like the money system just seemed kind of wasteful and not really useful and whatever, and I don't know, it was a bit weird. So what was the other thing? And like Xenoblade 2 had like a day-night system. Going to day-night systems and Lycanrocs and stuff. Xenoblade 2 had a day-night system, and that actually there were some like useful practical things to that, where it was like, oh, there's some areas you can only go at night or during the day or whatever. Xenoblade 3 had a day-night system and an ability to change the time. To my knowledge, it was completely useless. I never used it once. I don't know if there are benefits to it. Maybe certain enemies are like easier during the day. I don't know, but like, we say 50 bajillion times here at Beau Video Games, but I never used it. So let me know if you did, if you played the game. But yeah. So, oh well. Anyway, this was a long one, but it was a fun one and a successful one. I'm going to go and create a stream, like, schedule for next week. And then we'll, is that all we got? Oh, no, 4. No, 4 was, oh no, we got the 2 Blossom. And the Picky Peck. Oh, no, this was good. This is a good one. We got 6. Hang on. So, hang on. What I'm going to do, I'll do this with you guys whilst I'm still talking to you. Hang on. Send batch. So, we'll get the Picky Peck, Blossom, Chincho, Cottony. Oh, yeah, because we didn't get Blitzle, and then we tried for the Drillbur, and then that didn't work. Okay, so we can get rid of you. Excellent. So I will need to look through all my shinies and see what I've got and what I've not got and everything. And then next week I'll figure out what we need to get and stuff like that. I mean, maybe we'll just end up going for like Blitzle again, but yeah, we'll see what it is. But that was a good one, wasn't it? That was kind of in between. Not the craziest amount of shinies ever, but like, you know, still pretty good. Thank you to hang on. Thank you to the Sussest Panda. That's a great name. It took me a while to read it, and Shadow Wolfman for subscribing. And again to I Am Mr. Gold for subscribing. And it was lovely to, like, Love Cat Mew Mew. I hope you enjoy it. I hope this was a fun one for you because you said it was your first. I hope it was good. I hope you're like, oh, I'm never doing this again. Hopefully see you around. No pressure though. Like, oh no, he singled me out. Now I've got to watch again. Like, no pressure, no worries. But thank you all so much. This has been a fun one. This has been good. I'm gonna go get some food and enjoy the rest of my weekend, and I'll play some more Xenoblade 3 DLC, I guess. But I didn't get to talk more about the regular game, but we talked about more important things today, didn't we? So, yeah, but I can talk about the game more, like, once I'm done with the DLC. I might even be done with that by next week, who knows? I don't know how long it takes. I need to look at how long it takes. I'm guessing it's probably about, like, 20-25 hours. I think the Xenoblade 2 DLC took me about, like, 20 hours. So I hope that the 3 DLC isn't as grindy as the 2 DLC is, but we will have to see. Right. Anyway. Bark. Thank you all so much. I am terrible at goodbyes. I'm gonna go post pictures of my shinies and set up next week's stream. Take care. Love you lots. See you around. And hang on. We'll end the picture thing and we'll end the stream. Bye-bye.